everyone, to the Suwannee County Board of County Commissioners meeting workshop of April 13, 2021 at 3:05 p.m. At this time, I would like to ask Mayor Davis to please come forward. He's going to lead us in our invocation and our pledge. If everyone please stand.
Let's pray. Father, we're grateful for this beautiful day and for the blessings you've given us. We thank you for this body that will be discussing matters that concern our community and our county. We pray you would give these men wisdom and direction on this matter. We thank you for our communities and our county, our state. Keep your hand upon us, keep us safe, restore us and make us whole, we pray, in your wonderful name. Amen. Amen. Let's pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, our first item of business this afternoon is discussion of the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan Act. Mr. Harris.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I want to go ahead and say that we've worked hard to try to put as much information on this together for you as we can, or could, in a short period of time. But I want to go ahead and point out that when we get toward the end of this slide presentation and discussion, we have provided for questions and comments. We've provided for discussion for the Commissioners to talk about anything else you want to talk about that pertains to the CARES Act funding. I'm hoping that these slides are legible. I'm going to read through quite a bit of this, and some of them I'll just direct your attention to. Many of you have the packets with the slide presentation in it, but I want to start out with a list. This is actually a partial list of the programs that have been available through the federal government for businesses and for individuals, for doctors, hospitals, farmers. We put this list together, and it shows that the federal government, and I think they had 32 different agencies and just multitudes of programs in place for the past year that were offering financial assistance. They had obligated $2.1 trillion. They spent $1.9 trillion on these various programs that were administered by, again, about 32 federal agencies.
Mr. Harris, give me just 1 second. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to let the Commissioners know, in this book is following that slideshow. So if you can't hardly see or got a question, you can kind of follow along. We're on the second page here, right there. Commissioner Fleming, you got us? Yeah. That way you kind of know right where we're at if you have a question. I just wanted you gentlemen to be aware that it's in your packet too. I apologize, Mr. Harris.
That's fine. The first one I was speaking of was this schedule. And we get away from these schedules, they'll probably be more legible on the screen. It's just there's a lot of information on the schedule, so that's why we gave you the packets. But I'll just repeat, there was $1.9 trillion distributed by the federal government for an untold number of programs. Each of them having their own eligibility requirements, et cetera, but they handled all those programs and distributed a great deal of money. The next schedule that I'll point to is this one with a circle in the middle. This was one that was made up to reflect the funds that were going to state, tribal, and local governments. 22 spending categories authorized by the U.S. Treasury Department. 19 of those were directly associated with service to be provided by a government entity, and you can read through those. So there were about 3 that were not, and you'll see those in yellow. One was unemployment, one being small business support, another being food delivery. But if you look at that footnote, you'll see that it says state, tribal, and local governments cannot duplicate benefits made available in a federal program. So although those were mentioned in some of the guidance, it was abundantly clear that we could not duplicate a program that was already in existence or duplicate a benefit by distributing funds that competed with the federal program. For those of you that weren't here at the time, and some of you commissioners were, the next slide talks about the initial lack of clear guidance. There's a statement at the top of this one that says the money left the station long before the spending guidance, and that's a fact. And it was very problematic all over the country. National Association of Counties was working on it. Florida Association of Counties was working on this problem. County administrators all over the place were calling me, and I was calling them, and everybody had a problem because we knew that there was a promise of an allocation of millions of dollars, but we didn't have clear guidance on what could be done with it. Counties didn't have a full picture of federal agencies offering competing relief programs either. And the federal agencies had the same problem amongst themselves, trying to figure out who was going to distribute what funding and whose guidance was going to be followed. We had vague guidance for eligible usage, but we had lots of information right up front that talked about penalties and prohibitions and compliance requirements. So we had to try to figure out how to get answers to questions. The actions that were taken to close this guidance gap, first we sought guidance from the Florida Department of Emergency Management because the federal funds were being administered to the counties through the Florida Department of Emergency Management. We tried contacting them. We spoke to some of them. They didn't have answers. We attempted to contact the U.S. Treasury Department, and if anyone else tried to do that at the same time, you'll know that you couldn't get anyone to answer the telephone. And we tried for about 6 weeks and finally gave up. We gave up on them so far as making direct contact, but we did contact Senator Rubio and Senator Scott's office and asked them to help us get through to the Treasury Department and ask for additional guidance, which they did. And they actually got back with us, the Senator's office staff did, and said through multiple attempts that they had made to get additional guidance from the Treasury Department, it was to no avail. They didn't have any guidance to give. So they were actually trying to create the guidance at the time. We couldn't receive responsive, definitive guidance. We had, by October of this past year, and you've got to remember in the beginning, when these funds were promised, they all had to be spent by the end of December. So it wasn't until October of last year that we finally started obtaining some fragmented guidance, less than 90 days before the spending deadline, and then the amended guidance was finally published in the Federal Register January the 15th of this year. Now, I understand that there were lots of counties that were already giving lots of money away. And I only mention that because if you go back to that circle in the beginning on that chart, you realize again that most of that funding that was outlined in the guidance stated clearly that those were different types of services and expenditures for the governments to take. Expense eligibility was still unsettled, though. Under the Suwannee County CARES Act agreement, that's the next page that I wanted you to see, it says reimbursements will only be made for expenditures that the division provisionally determines are eligible under the CARES Act. Now, this is the guidance to us. This is part of our agreement. However, the division's provisional determination that an expenditure is eligible does not relieve the county of its duty to repay the division for any expenditures that are later determined by the division or the federal government to be ineligible. In other words, in our contacts and communications with them, if they said, yes, that's an eligible expense, and then they decide later to change their mind, then we have to pay the money back. That's what it says, literally. And I've got an example of that actually occurring because someone asked me a couple days ago, well, do you suppose they would actually do that? Yes, they will. Behind your tab 2, you've got an article that refers to the state of Iowa. They had sought an assurance from the Treasury Department that an expenditure regarding some computer upgrades would be an allowable expense. And in this article it says, after a dispute with the Treasury Department, Governor Kim Reynolds said Monday she has directed the Iowa Department of Management to return $21 million in federal funding that the state was using to pay for a new accounting system. A news release from the governor's office issued Monday said that Reynolds' administration still believes the allocation was an allowable expense, but it will return the funding to the state's relief fund by December the 18th. Quote, following multiple conversations with the Treasury Department last spring, we believed we had assurances that the upgrade to their system qualified as an allowable expense, Reynolds said in the release. Otherwise, we would not have moved forward without the assurances. That's very sobering, and I'm just going to tell you it's very consistent with what we've heard in other cases with federal funding. Some of you are familiar with the issues that we've had with our CDBG grant associated with the catalyst site out there on the rail spur. We were told emphatically that if we do not cross the T's and dot the I's and accomplish everything that grant, the terms and conditions require, that we have to pay the money back. It's no different with this funding from the federal government. We've experienced evolving guidance throughout this time frame. It evolved between March of 2020 and January of 2021. The federal agencies were pressured to get the money out as soon as possible. Agencies simultaneously were creating distribution programs while trying to formulate guidance on the fly. This has resulted in, and if you go online, you'll find this all over the place, it's resulted in the largest number of federal, state, and local investigative agencies in American history now frantically investigating fraud and ineligible uses associated with nearly every program connected to CARES funding. And I do mean every program. It's a simple fact. Ineligibility and consequences to the county. The county is ultimately responsible for ensuring compliance. We have to ensure that there's no duplication of benefits across multiple competing federal relief programs. We've got to certify that there haven't been any ineligible fund use distributions. And I'm here to tell you, as I did before, it's impossible to comply with moving guidance target and no available source of recipient award data. Those that were here will recall that back early part and middle of last year, I was keeping the board informed with this regarding this problem of unclear guidance. Although the penalties were very well outlined at the time. I think it's the next slide, Shannon. I apologize that we aren't better coordinated, but we didn't have a time to even practice this. We've been scrambling, trying to get a lot of other information together for you on some other topics. Counties will be required to pay the money back to the U.S. Treasury if a determination is made that an expenditure does not comply with the guidance. Go to the next slide. U.S. Treasury guidance for ineligible uses of CARES funds. I'm not going to read through all of those, but I'll draw your attention to the one in the middle. Expenses that have been or will be reimbursed under any federal program. Now, here's the problem. In order to avoid the duplication of benefits, which is actually on the next slide, and it's a federal requirement, we have to ensure that there isn't some other federal program, if we wanted to give money away, that there isn't some other federal program that's doing the same thing for the same purpose. And that's our obligation. That's the county's obligation, every county that decides to distribute funds. And I'm not being critical of counties that are doing that, okay? I'm just pointing out this is a fact. Your next slide has to do with the Stafford Act. The Stafford Act came into play as soon as there was a declaration of emergency that went nationwide, and the states and local governments are held to this same standard, this Stafford Act. And it says that the President, in consultation with the head of all the federal agencies administering any program providing financial assistance to persons, business concerns, or other entities suffering losses as a result of a major disaster or emergency, shall assure that no such person, business concern, or other entity will receive such assistance with respect to any part of such loss as to which he has received financial assistance under any other program. I want you to think about how difficult that would be for anyone in here to try to assure the federal government that we know that there isn't another federal agency that has funded a benefit that maybe we are funding. There was a major study done early on with about 20 investigator generals, and then later a second study done that included over 40 of them amongst the federal agencies. The next slide talks about the #1 contributor to fraud in every program. Number one contributor to fraud in every program is self-certification. Some counties are offering self-certified relief programs that conflict with federal requirements and guidance. There are counties that have an inability to determine whether or not an applicant has already received funding from a federal, state, or other county government. And that's a fact. Self-certification. You know what the other name for self-certification is? The honor system. The honor system. Self-certification. I've looked at one of the forms. It's a simple one-page piece of paper. And it doesn't require much in the way of information or verification or eligibility. But that's the number one, and it has been from early on, even to the current, and as recently as yesterday I checked, it still continues to be the number one contributor to fraud, self-certification. And that's what many of these counties are relying on that are distributing funds, self-certification, the honor system. On your next slide, investigations and oversight. To provide oversight of the Pandemic Response Fund, Congress created the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, PRAC, in March of 2020. The PRAC is composed of 20 inspectors general from across the federal government. The PRAC released its first Management Challenges Report in June of 2020, in which it identified the following as common areas of concern. Two primary fraud risks. The Office of Inspector General Investigations have identified two primary fraud risks associated with the administration of pandemic response funds. Now again, this agency is looking across all of those federal agencies that have been giving money away for the last year. And they're saying, number one problem, self-certification and lack of due diligence into applicants. Next slide. Self-certification was determined to be the sole or a significant control for pandemic response programs that facilitated the improper disbursement of billions of taxpayer dollars across all agencies and all programs. Relying solely on self-certification to demonstrate applicants' eligibility created a high fraud risk, vulnerability evidenced by numerous publicly announced investigations. Next slide. PRAC determined that federal agencies and banks, in an effort to increase the speed of dispersing relief funding, did not conduct full due diligence checks to ensure that the information, such as a Social Security number or business registration date, was correct. Commissioners, if you remember, those of you that were here at the time when we talked about this, when I spoke of it early last year, and I think there were three different board meetings that I spoke of this in, I kept pointing out the need for a data system that tracked these disbursements by Social Security number or federal ID number, because it's the only mechanism that I could think of, and still is, that would allow you to know if some other state or some other county or federal agency had distributed funds to someone, so that you could reconcile those disbursements with any disbursement that a county was considering. So they didn't do the due diligence checks to ensure that the information such as Social Security number or business registration date was correct. PRAC found that nearly every Paycheck Protection Program loan fraud investigation shows the same pattern. The defendant submitted false business records, payroll documents, or tax records to lenders in an attempt to fraudulently obtain the loans. Examples include false business formation dates when the businesses were actually formed, because they were formed after the eligibility date. So what they did was they were obtaining money, and then they were running out and trying to register as a business. They were creating businesses from thin air. And you can do that with SunBiz, I suppose. Just get on there and register and create a business name. But in many cases, what they found was this was occurring after they had sent checks to companies. As of December 2020, the Department of Justice And you'll realize later there are lots of other agencies that are investigating these things right now, but the Department of Justice alone had initiated 66 criminal fraud investigations involving over $250 million in PPP loans. The need for data. This is what I was talking about last year early on. PRAC has found that policymakers, leaders, and program managers do not have access to all the data needed to make informed program and funding decisions for their pandemic response programs. Without complete and accurate data, program managers cannot determine whether funds have been used as intended. An additional and critical concern of the government's pandemic relief efforts is the opportunity for double and triple dipping. Without the assurance of complete and accurate data that can be viewed across all government programs, unscrupulous players will continue to find ways to game the system. That one slide says it all, Commissioners. And I don't mind sharing you, and probably now is a good time to do it. I had received an email from another county, someone who lived in another county last year. And they didn't sign it. They just had an email address, and they essentially said, hey, over here in this county, the commissioners are giving away money. Do y'all have a program over there to give money away? And I responded that we did not. I got one or two more emails. I believe they were probably from the same person, but then eventually I got a phone call. And in the phone call, they didn't identify themselves, but what they said was that over here in this county, they're giving money away. And because I also own property in Suwannee County, I'd like to be there if the commissioners begin giving money away there. Does that make sense? Because they're giving away money over here, I'd like to be there because I also own property in Suwannee County, and I'd like to be there to receive some of it. But this slide is very profound. See, this is the very data that I believe anyone would need. Any federal agency, any state agency, any county agency would need, because if you're prohibited from duplication of benefits and you have to ensure that these are eligible disbursements, how are you going to do it without the tools? We're really talking about the tools to get the job done. A database where you can cross-reference this information. Next slide. For the conduits of COVID relief, whether governmental entities, financial institutions, or not-for-profit agencies, the messages are clear. More work needs to be done to ensure that speed to help does not undermine the intent and integrity of the government assistance programs. There will be continued scrutiny and investigations into how funds have been used. Some of the articles I read say that these investigations will go on for years, and I believe that. And the truth is, they really haven't even started on county governments yet. Now, you've got in your packets, Commissioners, lots of articles in the rear that talk about violations and fraud and all kinds of problems in the state of Florida. And those are articles from early on. But the real audits and real investigations in Florida have yet to begin. Next slide. What tools would be necessary to enable the county to handle and distribute CARES funds and certify compliance with federal requirements? One, access to a database that provides tracking of CARES distributions by Social Security number or federal ID number. Reconcile recipients' requests against recipient awards from other county, state, and federal programs. Example would be the Enterprise Income Verification System, which is used by HUD. Now, Commissioners, you've got that behind a copy of an outline of that behind tab 3. And I'll just read some of the excerpts. HUD uses this verification of Social Security numbers and supplemental security income for benefits. It's called the Enterprise Income Verification System. It's a database, data system that they have access to. On your second page Section 3, the Housing and Community Development Act of 1987 requires applicants and participants, including their household members, to disclose his or her Social Security number as a condition of initial or continuing eligibility for participation in any HUD rental assistance program. HUD uses the Social Security number along with the name and date of birth of an individual to validate the person's identity, obtain employment and income information via computer matching programs, and ensure duplicate assistance is not being paid. These uses allow HUD program administrators and auditors to determine compliance with program requirements, as well as determine the eligibility of and level of assistance a family is eligible to receive and reduce improper payments and to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse in HUD rental assistance programs. But I'll emphasize that they do this for every member of the household by Social Security number, and they're trying to eliminate fraud to the best of their ability. I'm not going to read the rest of it, but you can read the rest of that at your leisure. But that's the tool. That's an example of the tool. And it'd be nice if we had that tool, but we don't. Next slide. How to reconcile any continuing needs not met by the federal programs. Now, this is difficult, and you have to ask yourself this, because I've asked myself many, many times. Again, I told you that all of this stuff has been evolving over the last year. Not only was the guidance evolving, but the agencies and the way they were distributing the funds was evolving. You couldn't get a lot of clear guidance on much of anything until the very end of the year, right when the CARES Act funding program ended. And it did end the end of December this past year. But how do you reconcile anything that the county might consider doing with any of these federal programs? The Small Business Administration programs have distributed, not are going to, but have already distributed in Suwannee County to Suwannee County businesses $39.8 million. That's a big number. That's already been distributed to businesses within Suwannee County by the Small Business Administration, $39.8 million. There are three other programs that the SBA is handling that we have not yet been able to obtain figures on, okay? So there are other programs. In addition to that, nearly $3 million has been dispersed to local doctors and providers. We had, and the board participated in this to a small extent because it came through the board, but we had $300,000 that came for rental assistance, and we contracted that service out to handle the eligibility and the other applications for that. Of that $300,000 that we received, and let me just point out, we've got, I'm going to estimate this because we've got some data on it, and I'm not going to give you the exact number, but I've got paperwork that says that we have 13,835 households in the county. A very, very small number of households actually qualified for this. Out of all of those, only 50% of the funds, about just under $150,000, was able to be spent from that rental assistance program due to ineligibility. Now, they had more people apply, but when they had to demonstrate a hardship, get a letter from a landlord or something, they walked away. They couldn't qualify. Is that your pacemaker?
Yeah,
Going on?
pacemaker going off, sorry.
Good. So those funds were made available, but the balance of those funds were sent back. They couldn't be used because of ineligibility. 3 stimulus checks were sent out to all qualifying taxpayers. And again, I'm just talking about programs that were created that were implemented within Suwannee County. Unemployment compensation was 10 times the standard unemployment compensation that the state otherwise offered. And we've got some examples of what that looks like. And please don't be too critical of these examples because that's really all they are. They're just simply an attempt to illustrate the differences between standard unemployment in the state of Florida and what happened under the pandemic unemployment assistance programs that the federal government was offering. It's nearly impossible to read those slides up there on the screen, but I'll just tell you, under the first example, you've got two parents, assuming that they're unemployed with two children. Under the standard Florida unemployment program, over a 13-week period, they would have been paid $4,992. But under this first time ever federal unemployment program that was created by the federal government because of COVID, the amount that could have been collected over a 36-week period, because it was extended considerably, along with other enhancements with payments, would have been $49,386. Big difference, jumping from just under $5,000 to $49,386. The next example, a single parent with 3 children under the standard Florida unemployment assistance program could have generated $28,096. But under the federal program, because of the COVID virus, that same parent with 3 children would have generated $54,918. And in these examples, we've only included information on, well, the first one was 4 of the 16 potential benefits. This last one was 6 of the 16, and I'm not going to read through all the rest of them, but I will point out down at the bottom of the page, that line down there says expanded unemployment is the reason why so many agencies we're hearing that recipients do not want to return to work. And we're still hearing this. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and share something with you. It's behind the next tab, tab 4. For you commissioners, you've got this information in your packet. Flagler Beach Business Bureau sends a letter to the governor in Florida on struggles to hire employees. Members of the Flagler Beach Business Bureau said the problem is so dramatic they sent a letter to the Governor DeSantis asking for help. They're the biggest employer, the federal government, in the world right now because they're paying people to stay home. In the letter to the governor, members wrote, "We know how to compete with and against each other. We compete with the weather and with hurricanes, but we've never had to compete with our government, with the federal government." And their complaint is that the federal government's paying people more to stay at home than some people would otherwise receive as their normal salary. And you've got a copy of the actual letter that talks about being short-staffed. They're having so much difficulty over there in Flagler hiring employees because they all want to stay at home because they're making more money staying home due to the pandemic unemployment assistance. The next slide on auditing. I'm skipping past. Yeah, there you go. CARES Act auditing has not begun at the county level, but there were several early warning signs of fraud. If you go back and look, or you get online, you'll discover that there were lots of articles written that were on the internet and newspapers warning of widespread fraud and ineligible expenses being paid with this funding. Currently, there's an unprecedented amount of fraud in nearly every federal pandemic relief program. In fact, I don't know that I've seen one yet that isn't investigating fraud and ineligible uses. Existing fraud cases are being investigated by the FBI, Secret Service, Department of Justice, IRS, various offices of inspectors general, Defense Criminal Investigative Services, Homeland Security, U.S. Postal Inspection Service, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, and state and local law enforcement agencies. I'm trying to get this down to Suwannee County's funding, so we'll try to cover that next. That slide really covers a lot of dates. We had to, but I'm just going to explain for those that can't read that tiny print up there. I'll try to explain that we had a general agreement that we had to enter into initially, and then it had to be amended later And quite frankly, after the discussions with the board, a determination was made early on that the only thing that we could believe that we could withstand an audit on would be expenditures where we actually had the invoices and purchase orders. So, commissioners, as you know, we spent money purchasing PPE and, sanitizing and gloves and respirators and everything else that everyone else was scrambling to try to find at the time. So we had initially believed that that was all that we would be applying for funding for. And we were still seeking additional guidance from the Treasury Department at the time, but we finally adopted a plan. The board adopted a plan in November of 2020, and we submitted that finally to the Federal Department of Emergency Management. And then we amended the plan, and in January, we essentially said, we were asking for funding under their guidance, and their guidance actually was that the best thing for us to do was to just go ahead and apply for the funding as reimbursement for public safety salaries. I want to point out, though, on the next slide, that the deadline for CARES Act expenditures, the deadline for all of that program stuff and all the expenditures and everything else was December 30th of 2020. Next slide. What was the plan that the county adopted on November 2nd and submitted in the request for CARES Act funds? The plan included a request of reimbursement for salaries for public safety personnel. And this, again, came after lots of conversations with the Florida Department of Emergency Management. And it was actually after Treasury guidance changed, and they sent us a notice of that. And I didn't believe it. In fact, Shannon and I were participating in the conversation, and I wanted it in writing from the people in Tallahassee, because they were administering the program. I said, we've got to know that we know that this is going to be allowed. And we continue to seek that guidance in writing, and we finally obtained it. And shortly thereafter, some of the published guidance came out of the Treasury Department. That's the guidance that I shared with you earlier was finally adopted and inserted into the Federal Register January the 15th of this year. But in any event, we sought their guidance. They finally said, just apply for the funds as reimbursement for your public safety personnel. We got the definition of that, and essentially that was the Sheriff's Department personnel and our fire EMS personnel. Why did the county elect to use the CARES funds as reimbursement for public safety labor? Because, one, we could comply with all of the requirements, and we knew that we could without any outside reaching out to try to obtain anything from outside. It was because this substantiation data easily withstands the audit. Those numbers are audited every year anyway. It was easy to reconcile and certify that there was no duplication of benefits. The county does not have to rely on external data, and it was consistent with the U.S. Treasury published guidance. So where is the money? The CARES money is now general revenue, and it's in the general fund, and it will eventually be reflected in a budget amendment. You just had a budget amendment the other day for a small portion of it that we had received in 2020. So at some point, there will be another budget amendment. The impacts of the CARES funds will be realized during the county's 21-22 budget workshop. So when you get to your budget workshop, you'll be dealing with the question of this revenue that's sitting there. A portion, and I'll just tell you that I had received the opinion from Neighbors Giblin, which I shared with you all in a previous board meeting packet, because we were having conversations about going ahead and pledging some funding for the sheriff's radios. Once I obtained that information, I shared it with Mr. Powell. Is Mr. Powell here? There you are. I appreciate you being here today. Shared it with Mr. Powell, shared it with the finance department, we had a conversation. I'm not going to give you the long version of the conversation, but we recognized during that conversation that portions of that fund, those funds are earmarked to go back into EMS, and portions are earmarked that will be identified and utilized as a source of funding for the Sheriff's Department in the next budget cycle. That will require some technical adjustments that will have to do with notices that go out, trim notices, and information that will have to be adjusted because you currently fund the Sheriff's Department through fine and forfeiture. All counties don't do that, but this county does, so we're going to have to accommodate that when we make those allocations and adjustments in the millage rate for next year. Mr. Powell, is that a very brief summary of what we discussed? Okay, thank you. All right, so what did we actually purchase? The next slide. We received the funds, and the total disbursement was $8,098,884.75. What you're seeing as expended there, the $256,000, the next item there, $256,882, you've got a detail off to the right. There was $25,000 of that was for PPE that was purchased earlier on. $149,000 for a scanner, body scanner for the jail. $2,700 for a thermal scanner for the courthouse. $45,000 was for laptops for the Live Oak Police Department, and then another $34,000 in other expenses for public health and PPE. And I think that might be that latter expense of a large shipment of PPE and stuff that the courts wanted. The judge sent us a letter and said that because they were going to be opening up, there was quite a lengthy list of materials and supplies that they wanted to have available for the courts. So we purchased that, and we still, it's in our building out there. And then the next item is here, the pledge that we made to purchase the radios for the Sheriff's Department. And the balance of it is what I was just speaking of, the restricted funds for EMS to be realized in your next budget, and then the balance will be realized against the fine and forfeiture fund for the Sheriff's Department, the $5,655,352. And I apologize, I didn't read out the numbers. Numbers for the radios were $1,008,796. The EMS funds would be $1,177,853, and that covers all of the funds. When we get into your budget workshops, and I'm just going to point these things out to you because you'll have hundreds of things to consider when you get into your budget workshops, but under tab 5, you have also a list, and I've had conversations with each one of you on an individual basis and other conversations that have occurred in board meetings, but I've provided you a list of other considerations when that time comes. You've got a list of unfunded or underfunded projects. One is the new fire station north of I-10, 175th Road construction, which is actually under construction at the Catalyst site right now. Temporary repairs to County Road 250. We've got the liability at the mine. I put mine other because that has to do with the future of what we're going to do with that mine. Douglas Center, multi-use building. And Commissioner Fleming will tell you, we've talked about that for many, many years. And we've looked at some, so we've got an estimate on that. Ranchettes Community Center, chip seal of 48th Street. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that, but if you've ever been to a third world country, that's about the condition that road is currently in. Those totals come to $6,487,500. In addition to that, I received an email. I don't know if Mr. Curtis is here.
He is.
There you go. I got an email, and I actually just saw this last night when we were at the office working on this, but the city has forwarded a request to us as well for consideration, and I believe the total on that was around $100,000. Yes, $98,733. And that's behind tab 6, Commissioners, in your packet. So I've given you a lot of information, and now you may have questions or comments, and I would not submit to you for 1 minute that this is everything that needs to be considered, but it gives you a real general idea of what we went through throughout the past year, trying to obtain information that was necessary to do what needed to be done, trying to obtain enough information to make a decision on whether or not we were going to ask for any funding from the federal government, and then ultimately the decision that the board made and an adopted plan and we sent, and where that funding sits today. So if I can help you with any questions, I'll be glad to do so. And if I don't have an answer for you, I'll just say I don't have an answer, and I'll be glad to research it and come back with one. But that's where we are. I will point one other thing out, though. I'm sorry. I know that there were, and I haven't spoken to any. I've had some requests come in from some of our outside agencies that annually receive funding from the county. We've only received a couple of those so far, but I haven't had any that have come in specifically associated with CARES. Now, we fielded some phone calls, and Shannon has fielded a lot of phone calls too. But you know that traditionally, those of you that have been on the board know that traditionally we address the outside agencies and their funding requests during your budget workshops, and we'll be probably beginning those workshops in another 2.5 to 3 months, and entertaining any requests for funding from outside agencies. And what I mean by that is agencies that are not a county department or a constitutional office.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I would like to say I appreciate the short version of that, about an hour. Appreciate it.
Well, we didn't have time for practice. I didn't have any idea how long that was going to take.
At this, all seriousness, this time I'd like to open for board discussion. Gentlemen, you have some questions for Mr. Harris or staff, or we have Mr. Powell here also. We have finance here. We got plenty of folks here that can help us if we have questions. Be able to.
Mr. Chairman, on the, on number 6, under tab 6, what the city is requesting. My question is to Mr. Curtis, if you come to the podium.
This time I'd like to welcome Mr. Curtis. Just for the record, name and address, sir.
Thank you. George Curtis, City Manager, Live Oak, 16884 53rd Road, Wellborn, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Mr. Curtis, I ain't trying to grill the city, but did the city receive any funding concerning the CARES Act and anything?
No, sir, we have not.
Okay.
No, sir. We do appreciate what was provided for the police department. That was just included as a call-out. It was greatly satisfied a need for there. And what we've done is gone through our public meeting rooms and employee areas to determine what other immediate needs do we have to have a similar setup like you see here that we just can't do like y'all can with the wireless mics or extended mics and the ability for the audience to be separated and to deal with all those aspects. And so anything we can do on these items would be very much a benefit for us, and also for the use of our facility when the county has their zoning meetings there, and other agencies that use our facility would also benefit. So.
I think also to help explain a little bit what Mr. Curtis is saying to folks that haven't been in the city hall, it's more of a bench seating, kind of like church. And
Right.
basically, if you get on it, you have to pass somebody,
Right.
and you have to rub all up on them. And I mean, that's what we're trying to get away from. So just like people to understand that, as in here, we can kind of separate seats into families and works.
What'd you look at me for? Big guy?
Yeah, I mean, you're
Yeah, okay,
back up.
all right.
Mr. Chairman, I'm good. I'm good now.
You're good? Any other questions for Mr. Curtis while we have him here, gentlemen?
I don't know that I have one for Mr. Curtis, maybe for Mr. Powell.
Give me just one second,
Go ahead.
Commissioner White. I was just going to say, Mr. Curtis, is there anything else you'd like to say while you're at the mic right now? I mean, you're welcome to come back, but.
Right. The only other thing that crossed my mind just a few minutes ago, I see where the radio system was called out for the sheriff's office. I believe our Live Oak Police Department has to do a similar upgrade to the radio system, and if that's a qualifying expense and there's funding, I'd be happy to put together some information specific to that to provide for y'all for consideration also.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis.
Yes, sir. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner White. Mr. Powell, could you please step to the microphone? Commissioner White, I'd like to welcome you, sir. Mr. Powell, if you'd just name and address real quick.
It's Richard Powell, with 1359 Southwest Main Boulevard, Lake City,
Well-
Howard Jones.
Welcome, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming today, Mr. Powell.
Sure.
Thank you. Just on the city of Live Oak, if we're audited as a county and these funds that the city wants aren't reimbursable and we have to pay that money back, is the city responsible for that, or are we responsible for that?
Okay, if, we're speaking of the CARES Act money that
Yes,
you
sir.
received that had to all be spent by the end of December?
That'd be correct. Well, this would be out of the general fund now.
Well, yeah, here's what has happened. It isn't CARES Act funds anymore.
And that's basically it.
So it would be like any other request that you have, actually, depending on when you entertain it. If you did this in a budget workshop, then you would take this request and you would put it in with everything else that you're entertaining in your budget workshop.
So I'm assuming that since it's in the money, the CARES money that we got at the end of last year is now in a general fund. That's not what they would audit. What they would audit for, I'm assuming, is what we used to get the money.
Correct.
Yes, sir. The CARES Act money, it's a shame it wasn't exactly in your fiscal year, but anyway, it will be audited. You submitted eligible expenditures, which ended up payroll, and so the audit procedures will be, you received X amount of money, 9 million, and it'll be looking at the expenditures you submitted, and it'll be audit sampling, you know, is that truly public safety, or is that, you know, and so anyway, the auditing procedures will be exactly what you said, what you submitted to receive the funds. Once you've earned those funds, then the residual cash becomes general revenue funds that are subject to Florida statutes and your policies and your agreements. And obviously, probably anything that you spend with the city, you'll have an agreement, interlocal agreement, and you'll decide whether you wish to directly purchase the items or have the city submit invoices to you to pre-audit, and, you know, just but it'll be controlled by your budget and an interlocal agreement, probably.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions, Mr.
I
Powell?
got a question for Mr. Powell.
Commissioner Land.
I guess I'm a little confused. In our CARES Act spending plan, we used 100% payroll reimbursement for our first responders.
Sure.
And then those funds all went into the general. So if we've already met our obligation on the CARES Spending Act plan and we used all of our CARES money, how do these CARES Act rules still comply to any small business assistance program that we may be looking at doing? I mean, how are we going to be regulated by the CARES Act when in fact our spending plan was to use all? I'm confused there.
Okay. The CARES Act fund was legally earned from the federal government when you submitted eligible expenditures for public safety and all of that. Okay, so then you ended up with some unbudgeted revenue. Okay, and I'm aware that other counties have, and then, so unbudgeted revenues are controlled by your budget, but first of all, Florida statutes, Because a county generally has to have an authorizing statute to spend money. Because, and there's many, many reasons you can spend money. So if you wish to establish a program assisting businesses or assisting rent or whatever, you would have to establish a program in the county through ordinance or the policy, and then you could use any money. You could use ad valorem funds, but it would probably be non-recurring funding such as the CARES Act balance would be, but it ceased to be CARES Act money when you earned it.
So our liability with the federal government seeking repayment of CARES Act funds is gone.
Well, it will be audited. It'll be audited first as part of the county audit. And again, it's, I was so happy as an auditor when we found out that the payroll expenditures, which are already, you have control and you have easily can audit. And so you'll be audited. First of all, the expenditures had to occur in the period. I think there's some restrictions on on the types of employees that were submitted, like possibly some people in offices may not be. So you'll have audit procedures on that, but
we
very,
don't- we
very
don't-
likely it'll be.
We don't expect any.
Right, so yes, and then again, you're always subject 5 years from now. The federal government's going to probably hire contract auditors to go around, and you'll have to reproduce them again.
Right.
Just like FEMA does. And so, but those funds will be audited, and they'll be audited partly in the 9/30/20 fiscal year, and then in the next fiscal year, and so that would be that.
That answers, yes, sir, that answers.
That
the question.
answers? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank you.
Have any other questions for Mr. Powell at this time? Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, it's open for discussion for the board.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out that I still plan to talk a little bit about the American Rescue Plan as well after this.
At this time, I'm not seeing a whole lot of comment right this minute from the board, but do I have anyone from the public wishing to speak? Ma'am, if you could please step forward. I would ask that kind of our procedure we follow is we try to keep everything to 3 minutes. So if you could please just be respectful of everyone here and their time, and we'd like to welcome you. Just name and address for the record.
Thank you for having this today. Anita Williams, 4242 Don Luis Drive, LA, California. I'm going to run through the questions that I have because I'm the person that came with questions from the public on having this. So I want to go through some understanding that I have with Mr. Harris and then get to the questions. So it looks like there was $150 billion that was given under the CARES Act. Florida got $8.328 billion. Of that, 55% went to the state and 45% went to local government. And I guess I'm understanding, if I round that off, you can stop me when I'm wrong, $9 million came to Suwannee County. So Mr. Harris talked a lot about being able to know when there's fraud happening, but correct me if I'm wrong. Was any monies given to small businesses in the county, or was all of that money given to police, fire, EMS, and the general fund?
All of the money, the nearly $40 million that was given to the small businesses in the county was given from the federal government. The funding, the $8 million plus that the county received, was received as a reimbursement for labor for the Sheriff's Department and Fire Rescue.
So there's no CARES Act fund of the $9 million for small businesses, and then subsequently, I think you're getting $8.6 million from the rescue plan. Will all of that money also be for fire, police, rescue, and sheriff?
The board will have to make that determination, and I do plan to speak to that in just a moment,
Okay.
the American Rescue Plan.
And then you talk about having something in place to make sure that there's no fraud. When you ask that, are you talking about your money or PPP from the SBA that went to banks and lenders for distribution?
Our concern was only the portion of the funding that the county was going to be responsible for, depending on how we decided to handle that funding.
But you didn't give any money to private, it all went to the government. So where would your fraud have come in?
It wouldn't have, because we didn't obtain any money to give away. We were only going to, we had stopped at the PPE purchases. We had about $250,000 of that. And it wasn't until almost the end of the year
So can you
when
tell
the
me,
Treasury Department changed the guidance and notified the Florida Department of Emergency Management.
But
At
you
that
said-
point, we came up with a plan and brought it back to the Board of County Commissioners, and it was adopted, and we submitted that as the plan.
and I'm sorry this is taking a while, but I get quite a bit of phone calls to ask people who don't understand this. But you spent quite a bit of time on fraud, but there was actually no way that you could have fraud because you didn't give any money out. It was all used for governmental agencies. Am I
What-
correct?
The discussion on the fraud was a recognition of what was happening nationwide, and it was all over the internet and in the news and in the newspapers. So you're correct. We expressed those concerns early on before the guidance was established, and we knew that if we were going to try to distribute funds, the only way that we could do that and uphold our obligations under the guidance was to have the database to try to share and cross-reference any potential disbursements regarding any applicants that might have already received funds from another agency.
So most of the calls I get are from small business owners wanting to know how to access the funds that are under the PPP, the SBA. And I'm a California resident, born and raised in Live Oak, but I am more versed in monies in California. But I do have access, and when you talk about twos, I know every small business in Live Oak that got SBA PPP. If you name a business, I can tell you who got once, twice, 3 times, how much the funeral home got, how much the contractors got, how much sole proprietors got. So there's a way to give out funding. I mean, if you just throw a big name out in Live Oak, and I'll tell you how many times they went and got money, and how much they got, and what bank that gave it to them. So there's clearly, if I know who got money, and I know it by zip codes, McAlpin, 32062, 32064, 32060. I know who got money. And I can look and see, because what I was looking, not for fraud, but to make sure when the banks in Live Oak were giving out money, they were not giving it the good old boy way. So that is freedom of information, public information for anybody that wants to know who got money. You can get that money. So clearly, if I can get that information, the county can. So I think you can be pretty safe when the other $9 million comes, if there's money for the county to give to some small businesses that are struggling here, that you can clearly find out if they've gotten money from other entities. So I just wanted to throw that out. But I think I definitely want to thank you for having this, because I think we need to, in the presentation, make it clear to people that there's different pots of money. These are some things that I'm getting called about when you're doing workshops. So there's SBA PPP money, that TD Ameritrade, General Motors Credit, First Federal, Lafayette, just to name some of the banks that I saw giving out. I think the highest I saw for a private-owned business in Live Oak was $500,000, and the lowest, I think, was $1,000 or $2,000. So, and my desire, I have no pony in this show, no dog in this fight. I don't own anything but land, and so there's no money for me. But I want to make absolutely sure that the county that I was born and bred and that made me, that all the people who struggled here get the information to know that they can go get money. And I would like for them not to think that they may be considered fraudsters or fraudulent.
Ma'am, I appreciate your comments, and if you have another question, I'd sure like to entertain it, but
So
I think
the-
we're having this meeting today to address some of the questions you got, and also we're having it, Mr. Harris is presenting things that has happened in other places for us to know if we move forward, it's going to be our decision, this board, to decide if we're going to have any type of funds for the community. It's not his decision. So it's this board.
Okay.
As we move forward, as a group, we'll make that decision. So I appreciate Mr. Harris putting the presentation together. I'm the one that actually asked him a couple of months ago, a month and a half ago, to let's have a meeting for the community. But with that being said, we need to know the bad things that can happen where we can prepare and make good things happen. So I don't have a problem with him showing me things that I need to look out for. We
And
need to
on
make good decisions.
And the other question on the $300,000 that you got rental assistance, it was given to a third party. Is there a way to know or tell people how that was advertised to the public? And is there still time to get the other $150,000 that's left for people who may not have applied before?
The 300,000 did go to a third party. All of the information was provided on the county website that we had. I don't remember, Shannon, did you have that rental assistance program tabbed on there as well?
Yes, sir. I put it on the county website, and then the third party also made advertisements as well. And that
Yeah.
particular program had a deadline of December 30th.
End of December, that's
So
correct.
anything that was unused had to be returned to Florida Housing after that program ended.
Yeah, I will say that, two things I want to say. First of all, the information that, Mrs. Williams, you said that you were able to obtain, we were able to obtain some information on who received funds after the fact. But the problem is having current information if an application is being entertained. So you can get lists of some of the distributions now, but we have been unable to get lists of all of the information that we've requested through FOIA requests on distributions within this county. The PPP was the easier one. But again, it wasn't current at the time that any county would have been entertaining any applications. It was a list after the fact.
That's correct.
The next conversation that we get into, though, I want to go through a couple of the topics that are listed in the American Rescue Plan, because it will go to your latter question about additional rental assistance, because there's a provision for that in this next plan.
Mr. Chairman, can I speak to a statement Mrs. Williams made?
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, Ms. Williams, to be clear, the county received a little over $8,098,000 and some change, CARES money. That money was sent to us based on a spending plan that we turned in to the federal government. It wasn't sent to us with a spending plan. We came up with the spending plan as a board, or the prior board did, and then this board made some changes, I believe, the end of last year, and chose to allocate 100% of it toward payroll expenses for first responders. And at this time, that's what we're here discussing now as a board, is those funds are sitting there in general revenue,
Remaining funds.
and we're trying to figure out what to do with it. And clearly, everyone on this board here is just a public servant, nothing more. Our job is to look out for the people that we represent, and hopefully, we can come up with some type of avenue that represents those people well, and that's why we're here today, I believe.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamb. Mr. Harris.
Okay, Commissioners, if you want, we'll go ahead and discuss some of the limited information that's actually available right now on the American Rescue Plan Act. One thing I will point out, that this is deja vu regarding guidance. My hope is that we obtain guidance earlier, but what's interesting is that this plan is kind of going to be stretched out for a much longer period of time, so there'll be plenty of time to obtain guidance if it isn't forthcoming when the disbursements begin. This funding will stretch out through into the year 2024. But some of the best information that had been compiled was put together by the National Association of Counties, and I gave each of you a printout of that information. We didn't put a slide together, but some of the bullet points are listed on that slide, some of the initial ones. What are the specific allowable uses of funds? Are there any restrictions? Again, this document is only covering the funds that might come to counties. But I'm going to cover a list of some others, expenditures, programs that are listed in the actual act itself. But of those for counties, one of those would be responding to or mitigate the public health emergency with respect to the COVID-19 emergency or its negative economic impacts. Next would be providing government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue. So if you have a measurable reduction in revenue, you can pay for some services up to the dollar amount that you calculate that you had lost in revenue that otherwise would have funded those services. Another one is making necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. And responding to workers performing essential work during the COVID public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers. The next was a question about, do counties have to apply in order to receive the funds? I mean, the obvious answer to that is yes. We don't know that whether or not it's going to be administered through the Florida Department of Emergency Management, but I'm confident there's going to have to be an agreement, some type of contract that includes all the terms and conditions. But the U.S. Treasury is currently developing the guidance on the Recovery Fund certification process in consultation with NACO. The deadline to spend funds is December 31 of 2024. The Treasury Department is required to pay the first allocation of funds no later than 60 days after the adoption of the Act. So my belief is that maybe by the middle of next month we should have our first distribution of funds. The second funding would be no earlier than 12 months after the first payment. But again, this is stretching out through December 31st of 2024, so I have no idea when that second round of funding will be made available to the counties. This is kind of an easy one. Our county's going to have to report what they intend to do with the funds. The Treasury Department is currently in the process of developing the certification process. I'm going to assume that it may track similar to what we had to do before, and that's to produce a plan and submit it. And then there will be periodic reports and reporting requirements. But it does make a very profound statement here. If a state, county, or municipality does not comply with any provision of this bill, they are required to repay the U.S. Treasury an equal amount to the funds used in violation. So suffice it to say that it's early in the process. The guidance hasn't been formulated yet. It'll probably continue to trickle out. At some point, we'll have the information. But again, in my mind, it's like deja vu. We're probably going to have a notification of the disbursement of the first round of funding before we have all of the guidance finalized. And that's about all I can share with you right now. So it will be up to this Board of County Commissioners, once we have the guidance, to make a decision on what will be done with those funds.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I would like to say to the board at this time, I mean, obviously the money we received at first is in general revenue. We all acknowledge that. We acknowledge that within a month or so, Mr. Harris, is that what I just heard you say? We'd probably get some of the other monies from this?
I would say the first round of funds from this plan, we should receive within another month or so.
We have many things on the horizon that cost a substantial amount of money. I would like the board to entertain, or I would just ask this question, if you would be willing to entertain that we have these discussions during our budget workshop for this upcoming year, which will, by then, we will have this money that Mr. Harris speaks of. We will maybe have some more guidance. At that time, we look at everything we have in front of us on what we're looking at, and then obviously each commissioner
Mr. Chairman,
has input on that. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, my preference is that we do it during the budget workshop. Then we'll know what we'll be facing other than just making a statement out there that may come back and bite us. So I'd rather work for the budget workshop.
Well, at that time too, I mean, to kind of follow up is when that budget is approved for this upcoming year, this board is the one that approves it. So, I mean, those funds go to where this board.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. My major concern with that, and I'm concerned about these small businesses. I think I would like for us as a board to decide if we're going to help them or not, because they're bleeding now. And if we postpone this to our budget workshop, which I think that's in August.
August.
So if we postpone this to August, I mean, the folks that are out there hurting, they're hurting now, and I don't want to lead them along with any false hope that we may or we may not help them come August. I mean, they've been looking at us for a while now to see if we were going to help them or not. And you know, I appreciate Mr. Harris putting in a lot of work to this, and I understand there's fraud. There's fraud anytime you're giving away anything. There's going to be fraud. But me, for one, I hate to judge the bad apples. You know, there's bad apples in every barrel, and to hold the ones that are not bad responsible for the ones at the bottom that are bad. I would like for us to sit here and maybe talk about if we're going to help them or we're not, and if we're not, then let's move on and figure out what we're going to do. And if we are, I'd like to see us, if we're going to help the public, do it sooner than later. But I do understand your point. I mean, we're going to have some more money coming and maybe a bigger pot to work with come August. But I don't know if some of these businesses may or may not make it to August. I mean, they've made it through the worst part. Maybe they can. I mean, those are just my concerns. But I'm just one guy sitting up here among five.
I mean, I'm open to any suggestions from anyone. I'm just trying to facilitate the meeting. I mean, that's a.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll just say, I mean, I agree with you. I think we all, I can't speak for everyone here, but I think we all want to help the small business of Suwannee County and the city of Live Oak. But I do think we need a plan. I don't think we can sit here today and say we're going to spend X number of dollars and not have a plan in place.
Yeah.
And I don't know that we can do that in 1 week or 2 weeks, but I would like for us to start moving in that direction, putting our heads together, whether it takes as long as getting to the budget workshop or something we can work when we get the first round of money, you say, in the next month.
This is April, so you'll be in the middle of May. I don't have a problem today with us coming up with a decision if we're going to do it or not going to do it. I mean, if.
I did see this. Is this really all we've got? What I see came from,
I don't know what you're looking at.
the American Rescue Plan Act here. I see we got National Association of Counties here. Is there any?
We haven't
other-
received anything official at all.
I mean, that's all I've seen so far, too. So
Yeah, in
that's
fact,
why
I'm sorry, I meant to cover one other thing. I apologize. I'm glad you mentioned that. Let me read some things off real quick on the back of that, Mr. Chairman. It'll only take 2 hours. No, I'm kidding you. Give me a second. Let me find that.
Got 3 minutes and
The
you done
national-
lost 30 seconds.
Yeah, let me get back to that document. On the back of yours, Commissioners, I had, I wanted to emphasize this. This is actually the act itself, and this is just the index pages. So I didn't give you all the backup. It's over 100 pages. But it's important to note some of the things that are going to be funded in this, the recovery plan. Food supply chain and agricultural pandemic response. Farm loan assistance, USDA assistance, and support for socially disadvantaged farmers, ranchers, forest landowners, and operators and groups. Nutrition programs, there's a long list of nutrition programs here. Meals and supplements and reimbursements for individuals. All of the food programs for the schools and children. Child care and development block grant program. And I'm skipping over a lot of these. I highlighted several in here. funding for supply chain for vaccines, therapeutics, and medical supplies, funding for public health workforce, ratepayer protection, funding for water assistance program. City would probably love to hear that. Are they still here? They left. That might be a great program. I don't know any details on it. Supporting older Americans and their families, housing provisions. You've got emergency rental assistance, emergency housing vouchers, emergency assistance for rural housing, state small business credit initiative, Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship, modifications to Paycheck Protection Program. So there'll be another round of some type of PPP. And this is another economic development targeted EIDL advance, support for restaurants. And I'll just point out to you, I'd heard some comments about hair salons, beauticians, barbershops. I think it was in February that they tried to, for 2 weeks, wasn't it 2 weeks, that they opened up a window and said, we want all the beauticians, all the hair salons, all the barbershops applying right now. We're going to move you all to the top of the list in the programs that were already available to businesses. That was February of this year. I don't remember the dates now, but I had that information in the office. But now they're clearly trying to address the restaurants as well with funding. Shuttered venue operators, I guess businesses that have had to close down. Crisis support for unemployed workers. Extension of CARES Act unemployment provisions. Extension of pandemic unemployment assistance. Extension of emergency unemployment relief for governmental entities and nonprofit organizations. Federal pandemic unemployment compensation. Extension of full federal funding of the first week of compensable regular unemployment for states with no waiting week. Extension of pandemic emergency unemployment compensation. A lot of these different agencies are incorporating pieces of these plans in there under their umbrellas. Also the FFCRA unemployment provisions, which I think employers with fewer than 500 employees were able to utilize for employees that have to be quarantined or out of work because of testing positive. There's going to be funding in here again for that. That had a deadline on it this past December as well, the initial program. Extension of full federal funding of extended unemployment compensation. Suspension of tax on portion of unemployment compensation. Emergency assistance to children and families. Child tax credit, earned income tax credit. Credits for paid sick and family leave. Employee retention credit. Extension of employee retention credit. So I believe that they're being a lot more exhaustive in what they're planning to try to accomplish under the American Rescue Plan than they were with the first program. So lots of things that maybe some people think, well, something fell through the cracks under the CARES Act. Maybe they're trying to catch it and address it more so in this one. I would say to you, commissioners, that if you decide that you're going to do something, it would be nice if we can get some input. People can email us or send us a letter, send us some information, and give us an idea of what they think was overlooked in amongst all those federal agencies and funding programs that were available, to see what was missed. Because if you want to try to address something, it'd be nice to know that it's something that was missed in funding that was available under that program or is going to become available under this program. And probably everyone out here probably has just as much information on this American Rescue Plan as I do, because I can only obtain information right now online. But maybe it's possible that something got missed out there. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
it's not that I don't want to with small business. Just the fact that, as Mr. Powell told us, let us, gave us some information. There was some valuable information. But the reason why I'd rather wait until the budget time is because we are responsible. We are the caretakers of this funding. Now, I was on the phone with an individual from Tallahassee today. He said he didn't understand it. There was some loopholes out there. There was some more things some adjustments that got to be made. If we waited till the budget time, then we would know, we would have a better direction in which that we can travel. Last year, this time, we were, during that pandemic last year, we really were struggling, and all the small businesses were shut down, that they couldn't work. Some of the businesses went back. But now we went through what we dealt with last year. So I'm not saying it's easier, but we do have some kind of direction that we can go in. That's why my preference is waiting until the budget. And then we know whether that funding is coming.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Yes.
quick question for Mr. Powell, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I did that last week with one of our guests. Have you seen all this? Have you looked at any of this yourself?
I haven't looked at any of the new act.
Okay.
I've researched CARES Act fairly well, but this new,
Not this new one here.
have no information.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lane?
when I walked in tonight, I'm going to put Mr. Norris on the spot. He introduced me to a fellow that he alleged was a professional on CARES Act. I don't recall his name, but would he like to come up and maybe, Mr. Norris, you and your guests, maybe speak a little bit as to what our options may or may not be, or if he's experienced any other avenues and other places? I'm not really sure.
Jimmy Norris, 18152 136th Street. Sure, we can. Mr. Harris and I had spoke about this, well, really, last year, the first conversation. And we're talking about businesses and the grants and that kind of thing. And I know I shared his concern about how would you administer a program and how would you, the concern about the fraud issue, because looking out for the county, to be quite honest with you. So, and we've talked about it a couple times since then. I've reached out to numerous counties, found out how they've been doing it. A lot of them are doing it in-house, where they're working with a nonprofit or their chamber, they're turning it over to the chamber. And I don't know, when you look at some of that, there's who's responsible for all that. They're sitting there making those decisions about, those kinds of things. So to make a long story short, I contacted NFEDP, and I asked them, because they're our regional organization, what are you seeing out there, and can you help us? And so they actually sent me to David here, David Jahosky with Government Services Group. He has worked a lot with CARES Act. He's worked a lot with business and grants and just a plethora of information. So I've had a couple calls with him to try to learn about how this program works and different options that are out there, and also the Recovery Act and what may be coming down the road. So whenever you guys set the workshop the other day, I had a call to Dave and asked him if he minds sitting in the meeting in case you guys have questions that he could help clear up or answer for you. So, I mean, if
Just introduce the gentleman and.
Okay, officially, what your title is? Oh, he's a VP.
Ooh.
All right, it's David Jahosky, and he works with Government Services Group. He is vice president, and he knows all things about CARES Act. So I'll introduce David, and it's about all Jimmy knows. So, David.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. Welcome, sir. Just name and address for the record.
David Jahosky, 1500 Mahan Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. Thank you, Mr. Norris. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Commissioner, Mr. Harris. Just a brief background about myself. I've been with the Government Services Group for about 4 years. Prior to being with Government Services Group, I led KPMG's regulatory and compliance practice for the state of Florida, had a national role. In 2009, when the U.S. government, Congress enacted the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, my firm at that time went out and did audits on behalf of the Defense Contract Audit Agency. I learned a little bit about the way that the U.S. federal government operates. We actually conducted about 200 audits nationwide of federal, state, local government agencies, for-profit entities, and alike. Also had the opportunity when I was with KPMG to help the state of Florida negotiate down a $55 million audit finding related to a duplication of benefits issue with the U.S. Housing and Urban Development Department. So my background is financial and management and programmatic consulting work. I started my career in local government, worked for counties in Florida and up in Georgia, and have been a consultant basically to state and local government since 1996. With Government Services Group, in March of last year, when the American CARES Act plan was enacted, we started talking to some of our initial clients. We actually ran programs, the actual CARES Act program for Nassau County, Taylor County, and Jefferson County this past go-around. We did everything for them from eligibility determination to program requirements, to eligibility reviews, to looking at prevention and duplication of benefits, to actually working with their external auditors as it relates to single audit compliance requirements, as well as working with, now we are working with the Florida Housing Finance Corporation as it relates to the individual assistance programs. As you may know, last year with the CARES Act, there was essentially two tranches of money. There was money that would have, for your county, would have come through the Florida Division of Emergency Management. And then there was also funds that came through Florida Housing Finance where they used the SHIP program infrastructure to provide foreclosure assistance, emergency rental assistance, and utility assistance. We actually worked in that program as well. There were challenges, as Mr. Harris had brought up. Anytime you're giving out a large quantity of money, there's always going to be folks that are looking to take advantage of the situation. I am happy to report, though, that in the 6 counties that we have worked in, we had one minor issue that came up, and it was a minor transposition error on a form that resulted in the $45 disallowance on over $1 million worth of submissions. So I agree with Mr. Harris in, putting in strong procedures on the front end, very similar to what we talk about in the Medicaid space, which is you want to prevent the pay and chase. You're better go having a strong eligibility program or requirements program up front, making sure you go through your due diligence to make sure that you prevent any kind of problems in the long run. As we are now switching to American Rescue Plan, our firm has been intimately involved with that. We've been working with our external personnel up in DC, and we are now starting to work with some of the same counties that we had previously worked with for CARES Act. Our understanding at this point that there's 3 primary broad stroke uses for the American Rescue Plan dollars. The first is actually to continue the prevention of the crisis in the pandemic, very similar to the CARES Act. In the actual act, it does specifically mention that you can provide assistance to tourism, travel, and the hospitality industry. So if you were looking to provide assistance at the business assistance level, small businesses, that is a program that appears right now to be eligible under the program. As Mr. Harris pointed out, there is limited guidance at this point. We do expect that that guidance will be issued later this month or by the middle of May, about the time when your first payment would be arriving. The second tranche of the money that can be used for is essentially for revenue replacement. It's for the shortcomings as of your budget in January of 2020 compared to where you have wound up from your latest financial statement audit. We do expect that there'll be some additional clarifications in terms of how those numbers can and will be calculated, as well as what other restrictions may come with using that as for revenue replacement. We have heard, although we have not been able to determine where the source of this is that there may be some limitations on adjusting your taxes in terms of lowering millage rates and such if you do use some of the American Rescue Plan dollars for revenue replacement. The third area that is outlined is broadband, water, and sewer infrastructure investments. We have been asked questions regarding, can we use this for public safety? Can we use it for fire, life safety? Can we use it for water quality issues, septic to sewer conversions? Don't know yet. Those are all still questions that are undetermined. I would, though, strongly suggest that with the American Rescue Plan dollars, that you do not use it quite yet for individual assistance payments. And one of the reasons why is that in December of this past year, Congress did pass and enact the COVID relief bill of 2020. That provided over $1 billion to the state of Florida, of which 800+ million went to the Florida Department of Children and Families. From what we understand, the governor was not happy with the way that the previous emergency rental assistance program was run, so Florida Housing Finance Corporation is not going to be overseeing the program going forward. Rather, it's going to be the Department of Children and Families. And as far as our information says, is that the DCF is still in the process of selecting a vendor for that program. So in order to prevent any type of duplication of benefits, I would suggest that in terms of waiting a little bit of time until you can figure out what those program requirements are going to be. Then shortly, we expect sometime probably by this summer that the American Jobs Act will pass, which is about a $2 trillion investment in additional infrastructure payments. So there's a lot of things that are going to be happening. The thing that we have been advising our initial clients at this point is to do just what you folks have been talking about, which is to develop a plan of action, be intentional about the priorities and the decisions that you're going to be making over the next several months, because this is a process that will go 3 years, not 3 months. The last time I think it was a challenge as we were all dealing with very compressed timelines. But now the benefit is that you have more time. The challenge now is that you also have more time. But it's not enough time to really take on multi-year capital type projects. So again, it's going back in terms of setting those priorities and figuring out what will work best for the residents of Suwannee County. So kind of a nutshell of what we're doing. I don't know if you had any specific questions that I might be able to address, but I apologize. I didn't have anything prepared formally. It was kind of a last minute stop here. So I apologize. I'm kind of shooting from the hip here.
You gentlemen confused now?
I'm just
A lot to take in, isn't it?
Mr. Norris said he was a CARES guru. I think he just overwhelmed us.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's definitely learned a lot there in just that couple minutes. Does anyone have any questions for this gentleman?
With this,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Fleming?
with this, I was pushing it out to budget time. Would this actually hurt us if we were to wait during this time to budget time?
No, I think you have multiple opportunities over the next several months, especially as you use this time to develop the plan, because I think it's important to take the time now to develop the plan. We're calling it a needs assessment, which is really essentially what you've been talking about, which is what areas do you want to focus in on? What areas do you need to focus in on? Gives you time to solicit the input not only from the residents, but from the other departments and working with the other local governments, because the cities here, I think Branton and Live Oak were also getting an appropriation of American Rescue Plan dollars as well. So you want to make sure that they're not duplicating efforts there as well. So I think taking the time right now is a good thing, as long as you were developing that plan and that roadmap for the future. Just remembering that December of 2024 will be here before you know it.
Right.
Correct.
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
You,
Commissioner White?
yeah, just one,
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Commissioner White.
I was just going to ask you, when you were referring to waiting a little while on this and clarifying what you were going to spend it on, were you talking about the 8 million we already got, or are you talking about the plan that's coming?
It's actually both. I think because the timing of this now is that it's so close to the new funds coming out, since the money that came back in from the CARES Act now came back in as general fund dollars, as unrestricted general fund revenue. It's essentially county dollars. So you potentially use some of those dollars to fund some of the other program costs, or to use that as a cost share compliance or cost share match to the American Rescue Plan dollars. What we don't know is with the American Rescue Plan is that we know that the feds, according to the bill, are going to give you a 50% allotment up front. What we don't know is on the back end is how are you going to get that remaining 50%. With DEM last year, if you remember, you got a 25% allowance and then a 20% allocation, and the rest was on a reimbursement basis. Right now, we don't know if the remaining dollars are going to be on a reimbursement basis or not. You're also going into hurricane season, having a reserve set aside. We had advised our other clients, while we don't think that based on the programs that they had submitted, we think that they have a very low audit risk. However, anytime you have a risk, we would suggest that you put something aside for the next several years in the event that there are potential clawbacks. So I think taking into account, it's taking into account all these different components as you're developing your strategic plan going forward, as you're entering now into budget season. So I think now you have the benefit of time, so I would try to use it to your best advantage.
Thank you.
One more thing. What would you say with that percentage of reserve ought to be?
Well, Nassau, I think Jefferson and Taylor used about 10% of their initial allocation or their total allocation. So if you've gotten about $8.5 million or so that you said 10% of that, about $850,000 is kind of the rule of thumb that we had advised our clients to do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Land.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jahowski, right?
Yes.
Did I understand you right? You said that your company administered the plans in Nassau, Taylor, and Jefferson, and you only had $45 worth of fraud?
Well, it wasn't even fraud. It was.
You only had $45.
It was a transposition error. It was actually one of my team members got the 05 and the 50 flipped.
So you're pretty good
Didn't
at it.
get caught.
So you're pretty good at it.
Yeah, well, we've had a lot of experience in terms of understanding what the end goal is, since myself and our teammates have actually conducted audits before on behalf of federal agencies and actually have sat across from the feds in terms of working with our clients. We understand what it is that they're looking for. So the key is to put the time and the procedures in place, the consistency, the documentation, all things that your external auditor will love and appreciate as they go through their testing, because it makes their job easier. And we would actually, and with the clients, we actually sit down with the respective clerk's offices to make sure that we're getting them the information in the format for which they need for their requirements, because it all kind of works towards a common goal. We figure if we can save a few hours here on the front end, it'll save a lot of time on the back end.
Is it fair to say, though, as new as these funds are, that a lot of these counties haven't completed their audit for some of these funds?
Well, most of them should be pretty close to being finished now as it relates to fiscal 20, September 30th of 2020. The key is that depending on how much money they have gotten, if they got over $750,000 in fiscal year end 20, then they would have to complete that single audit provision. Most likely, as the case is, I think here, is that some of that money came in during fiscal 20 and some of it's coming in to be recognized in fiscal 2021. So you could probably correct me if I'm wrong here, but if you hit that threshold again, you will also have to go through the additional testing as it relates to the federal program for the COVID funds and potentially the American Rescue Plan.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Commissioner Hale.
I agree with what Commissioner Land here said. Obviously, you guys are good at what you do, and I hate to put you on the spot. I've been bad about doing that here lately, and I know you're not here for an interview, but one of the questions I wrote down during Mr. Harris's presentation was, are there any agencies out there that are bonded, insured, if you will, to be liable for the mismanagement of any of these funds and not to refer back to the county or the taxpayers? If something, obviously you guys didn't have any problems, but if there was, is that something you guys do? I mean, what's the responsibility or liability of your firm?
Well, our firm is part of our normal professional insurance policies. We provide for errors and omissions. so that if we were liable, if we were gross negligence, then the county would have recourse.
Gotcha.
Our philosophy is to do it right the first time. With an audit, you can always find something. Going back to the $45 thing, I mean, to me, I found that to be a moral victory. It went through many different people. The fact that they found something that small, they can always find something.
Right.
As long as we understand that, then the job is to put the process in place that you can be replicated, that someone can go behind you and go through it to make sure that we can get to the right outcome. I don't know if there are any firms out there that can take on the liability of, otherwise it could be construed as a contingency fee type contract. Because the other thing that we have to take into account is 2 CFR 200, which is the overall federal guidance as it relates to the administration of grant and other types of federal programs. Under CARES Act, they did not consider the dollars to be a grant. They were considered to be other, I'm trying to think of the word that they used, the Treasury used, but it wasn't technically considered a grant. I think it was considered like a cooperative agreement is what they used.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's it.
You good?
Yep.
How
Appreciate
long,
that.
how long, well, since you've done these plans in other places, how long would it take a firm like yours to develop a plan? I mean, what are you talking about? You talking about a month? You talking about 6 months? I mean, how long does it take to put everything in place to administer some type of plan? What kind of time frame are you talking about?
We try to put the plan together in 60 days. We feel that we want to give it enough time to make sure that we can vet things out. You can get the input from the variety of sources, but one of the things is 60 to 90 days. 60 is probably optimal. I think 30 is a little quick, and I think once you start hitting 90 days, it starts taking on a life of its own. But we've generally found that in the places that we've done this previously, we get really good results after 60 days.
Yeah, I was just curious on how long it would take to.
I got a question. I'm not sure if you're willing to answer it at this time, but does your firm work on hourly fee, or is it percentage of the amount of money that you handle?
Well, we do it on an hourly rate basis. There are general guidance, like under the CARES Act, that the DEM did not want the direct administrative cost to go over 10%. And I can tell you that in all the projects that we worked, we were under the cap. Sarasota County, which administered $60-something million, our effective percentage was less than 4%. We cannot charge on a percentage basis. It also, in my opinion, leads to bad behavior. And one of the things that the state is going to have a challenge, which is what they did with we called it the ship not ship program with the coronavirus relief funds, was that they were compensating external contractors based upon the amount of dollars that were approved, not based on looking at the application. So what we try to do is we develop a work plan in terms of the level of effort, but our services, unless there's guidance that contradicts prior guidance, then costs for the services such as ours and for the cost related to the single audit and things like that, other professional services, would be considered an allowable cost under the program.
Appreciate that. Any other questions for this gentleman?
I appreciate him coming up.
Seeing none, I appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Commissioners. Mere coincidence, I suppose, but GSG is actually the company associated with the studies in your fire and solid waste assessment question. So I had no idea that he was going to be here tonight either.
Thank you.
Very good.
Have any other comments on this? Commissioner Land, I know you spoke about it. We've talked about, Commissioner Fleming talked about waiting a little bit, or during our, obviously we want to, I don't want to leave this subject without us buttoning something up here a little bit.
No, I mean, I'm open for discussion for whatever you guys want to do with now that I've been educated on what it takes to come up with a plan, whether they do it or we do it. I mean, I don't, you know, if we started a plan today, started to devise a plan today, I mean, he said 60 days was optimal. 90 days is probably somewhere in between that likely. If we started working on the plan today, before we sent out the first help check or, you know, money to the public, we're going to be knocking on budget cycle, or really close to it. I mean, and that's if we start planning today, which we know it probably take us several weeks before we actually really dove into it and got going really good. So, I mean, I think 90 days, maybe even longer.
Push it out to July.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be, if we start planning on what we're going to do and who we're going to do it for, if we start having those conversations today, we're going to be knocking on budget time by the time we're done.
Quick question,
Commissioner Hill?
which is all on the table, all for discussion. I'm just thinking out loud here. A firm like this gentleman here, like Mr. David's, I mean, that's something I think is, as a county, can we just pick a firm, or can we decide to do it? How, we got to advertise and
No.
bid and?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, let me say, first of all, the proposals that we have in your assessment studies were pass-through expenses with GSG through Neighbors Giblin. Very likely what would need to occur in this particular case, and I'm a big fan of GSG, to be honest with you. They've been around a long time. We would advertise a request for qualifications and handle that through that process the way we typically do. We would score them, bring it back to the board, make a decision. That process alone, I agree with Commissioner Land, would take some time to entertain that process, which pushes us out a little bit farther. But again, it's consistent with what you just heard about waiting until some of these other programs begin to materialize in this new plan as well, and see how they will reconcile with the funding that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Because my question still is, what fell through the cracks? Can it be identified? What types of programs would the board entertain? I can't answer that question. I don't have a clue. But someone can, and it's entirely possible that a company like this that's been dealing with some of that can reconcile not only what occurred under the CARES Act, but what is being proposed under the new rescue plan, and say, okay, here's what was missing, or these are the numbers of types of things that are missing that you might want to consider in a plan. But that's really about all I can share with you right now. It's probably we could do that within 30 days if the board wanted to do that.
I mean, that would be a first step, right?
I'd just like to say a couple of thoughts I got, and it may not sit well with folks. I've said things before that didn't. But I'm all about helping the people of Suwannee County. The thing we're dealing with here is that these dollars are every person's in Suwannee County's dollars. They're not, and I don't mean to offend anybody, they're not just the small business. I do want to help these folks and try to figure out if there's a way we can do it, but I want everybody to understand it's everybody's dollars that we're speaking about. You know, I understand these folks need help, and if there's some way we can get there, I'm not opposed to it, but it's every citizen in this county. It's their dollars. So we have to figure out a way to do that with respect to everyone, is what I'm saying. And I don't mean to put this young lady on the spot this evening, but if I'm correct, she owns a dent shop. And when you go by there, she's doing something to improve that place every time I go down that road, because you go right by that road to go to the county office. It's right here on Gold Kiss Boulevard. Mm-hmm. Always doing something to improve it. I want to help. If we're able to do it in a way that's legal and all those things, I want to do it with people that are proud and want to help themselves, and that's what it gets used for. I'm not interested in having a sign up to where you go get your number with SunBiz, and tomorrow you come and say, you need a handout. I'm telling you, it will be stringent for me to get on board. I want to say that. But I don't mean to use you as an example, but I'm proud of people that work hard and put a lot back into their places. That's what makes a great county. And helping those folks, they are the ones that help others.
Oh,
They
I
set
agree,
an example.
100%, 100% with everything you said. I agree with you. Those are the folks that have pride in our community, that are working hard, that are giving back to our community, and are out there hustling and not looking for a way for somebody else to help them. I
Exactly.
mean, they're helping themselves, and if we can help those folks, those kind of folks back because they fell on some hard times due to, this pandemic, unforeseen circumstances, I mean, those are the folks I'm with. I mean, I agree with you.
And that's very simple, though, with those stringent terms that we're talking about. And what all those are, I don't know. I'm not an expert on
Yeah,
this.
that-
But what I am saying is, most of those folks, they will meet all those terms.
Right.
Those folks that take pride in what they do and take care of this community, they will meet those obligations if they haven't already got the money somewhere else. That's, and trust me, there's plenty of people here, plenty of small business people. I don't mean to offend anybody, but I'm proud of Suwannee County, and I want that to go to people that's proud of Suwannee County. And I want it to help everyone. I don't want it to just, the handout train is, that's not what we're here
Well,
for.
we want to see a return on our investment.
Absolutely.
I mean, and you get it to the right folks, and you'll see a return.
That's exactly right. So, gentlemen, I don't know how you want to close this out, but I don't have a problem with moving forward and trying to discuss that and come up with some ideas and listen to folks that know more than we do.
That's
this time, I
where we
mean,
got to
we'll-
end up at, talking to somebody that knows more about this than what we do.
You got some relief then.
I didn't mean to get up on my soapbox. Yes, sir, Mr. Norris.
Sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Harris is right. We didn't have a clue because David here doesn't, that's not his department. So we just conferred. So just wanted you guys to know that as far as what we're working on, we had no idea. So I don't want you to think it was a conflict. Please, on his part, he just asked me, as Mr. Harris just said, this is us, so.
It's a coincidence.
Yeah, so just want to be sure we're clear.
No, I'll vouch for that. We haven't had any prior conversations about any of that. I just needed to point that out for the record.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with everything you're saying, and as you're looking through the list of stuff here, I agree with you. It may be not just a handout to a small business, even though I say handout or assistance to them, but there's other things in here we can help our community with the right guidance,
Oh,
whether it be in
absolutely.
infrastructure or whatever it may be, so.
And honestly, those people that are prideful in their business, they don't want a handout, they want a hand up.
Yep.
They want you to reach out and try to help them
That's
get
right.
to tomorrow. I mean, that's what it's about. And that's, at this time, I mean, if you guys are in agreement, you gentlemen, I'd say we're going to discuss this further. How do we want to handle that, I guess is what I'm looking for.
If you want to take any action, we can put it on the next agenda, and you can make a decision on how you want to proceed from here. Otherwise, you can come up with a consensus right now, and we will follow through with whatever you want to do.
Could do a consensus to have it put on
Yeah.
the next agenda. You can't make a decision here, can you? This is a workshop.
You can tell me to put it on the agenda.
It's just a consensus. That's what I'm talking about.
But my point being, I mean, we're in the heat of battle here. We may as well decide what that consensus is what I'm saying.
If you don't mind, I think what I was asking, we've got to advertise, so I say let's have it on the agenda to get that going.
Say to advertise for assistance in this matter,
Right,
for guidance.
for guidance.
So we would have to put that out for a bid, is that correct?
It would be probably a request for qualifications.
There you go.
Y'all gentlemen good with that? We put it on
Yes, sir.
Tuesday's agenda?
Yes, sir.
And
So we have a consensus to do that, Mr. Harris, if you put that on there?
I can put it on the consent agenda if you like,
Well,
because it's an advertising issue, if that's what the board.
yeah, I mean, all we're doing is advertising. We can just put it on there. We already,
Always asking for qualifications and whoever's interested to help us out.
right.
I'm good with that.
I mean, it may as well be on the consent because we're consenting now. I mean,
Yep.
I'm good. I'm ready to move forward.
I'll put it on there.
I'm good with it.
all right, gentlemen, I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody's patience. At this time, we're going to take about a 5-minute recess,
Thank you.
bathroom break, and we'll get back going on the next item. Here, Mr. Harris, is the choice fire, is that what we want to do first, or do you have a preference?
I don't really have a preference.
yes, sir.
We can go either way. It's up to you.
Well, we can go ahead and jump on solid waste if you want to.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do solid
We've
waste
got-
first?
Yeah, we have finance here, and Mr. Powell is still here.
Yes.
I had a conversation with the finance department, and we're going to go through all this information's in the packet, and we'll cover anything else that you want to cover. But finance put a very good piece of information together that we'll go through that speaks of revenues versus expenses, which I absolutely believe is the clearest picture that anyone's going to need to determine whether or not we need to consider anything associated with the current assessment. But let's just start with some general comment. I also have Dennis here, and if there's an operational question, he can speak to that as well. We have had other discussions over the past several years about the solid waste and what's going on, and we had a workshop, I think it was 4 years ago, regarding the possibility of, we talked about a number of issues at the time, but probably the foremost issue was that of considering transitioning our collection sites away from the, what we call green boxes, the 6 and 8 yard green boxes, and going to the larger enclosed boxes with a compactor on them. And the reason that we had that discussion at the time was because we're outgrowing our sites. Those sites have anywhere from, at one time we had a greater combination of 6 yard and 8 yard containers. Now we're doing mostly 8 yard containers because of the volume. But we have between 22 and 25, 27 of those 8 yard containers out there in these sites. And if you've driven through them, you're realizing that we're about to completely outgrow those sites. And what that means is we're getting to the point where we won't continue to be able to fit all of the green boxes that would be required, or dumpsters, 8 yard dumpsters, on those sites if we continue with the increase in the volume that we're experiencing. So that was the reason that we had the discussion back then, and a decision was ultimately made that we weren't going to do anything but continue the status quo. So here we are this number of years later, and I'll show you in here that we're increasing our volume by about 2,000 tons per year of waste that's being handled through our transfer station. So you've got 14 collection sites, and we also have, and there are a number of these things that we could really get bogged down into a long conversation on, and I'm not mentioning these for that purpose, but rather to help us just get a general picture of where we are. We also have about 200 commercial cans that we service. And there has been the philosophical question in the past of whether or not we need to be in that business competing with the, some of the private sector companies that are in the business of servicing commercial cans, and perhaps one day we can answer that question. But moving on, we currently operate a transfer station where we service all of our cans at all of our collection sites, take the waste to the transfer station, dump it on the floor, load it into semi-trailers, and then we have what we call contract disposal, where it's hauled to Georgia to a landfill. It's currently going to a landfill owned by Waste Management, and they dispose of the waste up there, so we're paying by the ton for that disposal, and we have been for many, many years. The contract was with Waste Management before I got here. We bid this service a number of years back, got a great rate at that time in a multi-year contract, and we've done an extension on that contract since that time as well. But I can tell you that that entire business environment was different at the time that we last bid this service. At that time, there was another company in the waste business with a landfill, and Waste Management knew that they were competing with another company. Since that time, over the years, Waste Management has merged and taken in the other company. So now there isn't any competition in this area. And that's problematic, and I think that those numbers then were reflected in this most recent bid. So I want to go through the existing bid that we're currently in, and contract or agreement will end in May. The current rate, if you combine, because the last bid had a separate number for the transportation cost, which is a big number, but at that time, if you combined The transportation cost would be on the second page of your document. Transportation cost was $17.09 per ton. Disposal rate was $18.02 per ton, $35.11 per ton combined total. And that's the copy of the extension that we had. If you look then to the next document in your package, you're looking at the bid summary from Waste Management. It's, the new rate is $32.50 a ton just for disposal, and another $27.27 for transportation. That total comes to $59.77 a ton, plus it's subject to an annual adjustment, CPI, Consumer Price Index adjustment. So once those numbers came in, I knew that they were quite exorbitant. And I'll have a schedule in here that shows that we programmed in a potential increase when we were working on the budget this past year because we knew that we were going to bid, and I had anticipated that the rates would go up. So we built in more funding in anticipation of that. So I'll show you how we're going to get through the balance of this year, but I did take the time then to say, okay, I'm going to have to try to negotiate something with this company to get us some relief for a year. Because as you'll see later, we can't continue at our rate because we're not going to be generating enough revenue to cover the cost of disposal plus routine operation expenses that increase over time as well. So I had a conversation with representatives of the company, and we talked about that 1 year relief, considering the possibility that the board might have to do a study and come up with a different assessment to cover these increased costs. So you'll see on the next page the waste management document. The result of that, this was sent to me after that meeting. They're showing us a $28 per ton disposal rate. Now, in that, it does not include the transportation cost, because in my conversation, in fact, I had spoken to Commissioner White about this, I recognized that that transportation cost was extreme. So they pulled that out, and they just gave us a cost for disposal. But you'll notice up here in the paragraph right before their little schedule, it talks about assuming that the county will utilize a 100-yard tipper-style trailer that's compatible with the current tippers operating at Chester Island landfill. And then they put a number in there, essentially $1 a ton, to handle the tipping of those trailers, trucks and trailers, when they get to their landfill to empty the waste. So what I did then in a schedule, in fact, before I go there, let me just show you. The next page shows your household waste to Chester Island by year, and you can see that on average it's going up about 2,000 tons a year. Up at the top of that schedule. If you go to the next page, the top of this page, it's the heading is Estimated Net Effect of Contracted Disposal Cost Changes for 2021. I took the current year and I said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and forecast what it's going to cost us to get through the end of this agreement that we have with Waste Management, and then enter into the new rates at that negotiated rate in the current year for the balance of the year. So the cost listed there totals $1,410,624. But to the right of that, you'll see I'm comparing it to what the cost would have been under the existing rate. With the existing rate, if it didn't go up, the cost this year would be $1,160,700. Just about a $250,000 difference, and that's for a partial year. So if we incorporated that number into a whole year, you'd be $500,000 in the hole. And I showed you there your estimated total tons of 33,060. In the budget, we included $1,500,000 in anticipation of the rate increase, so you can see that we're going to be okay in the current year, but we're really just buying time. The next schedule shows 5-year estimated cost of contracted disposal. Again, you'll notice under the tons that for each year, I simply increased the volume by 2,000 tons per year, just like we've been tracking. But I went ahead and incorporated the new cost of disposal, and I'll just tell you, because we pulled it out, there's a footnote at the bottom. I went ahead and just calculated the 27.27 per ton that they had submitted in their bid, recognizing that we need to go to bid as a separate item on the transportation. So that could be lower. My hope would be that it would be lower if we can get a company to bid it that has that type trailer for tipping. So in any event, I ran the numbers with their disposal rates predicated on the schedule that they had submitted. I included $27.27 per ton for transportation. I ran the numbers out, and you will see that while in the current year, our total disposal cost is estimated to be $1,410,000. Next year, it'll go up to $1,965,000. The year after, $2,262,000, and then $2,468,000, and then $2,685,000. So by year 5, you're paying $1.2 million more per year than you're paying in the current year. That's pretty extreme. Now, Commissioner Fleming and I talked about weekend car washes, bake sales, things of that nature. But we couldn't come up with enough days of the year to generate enough revenue to make it happen. So we're looking at a very serious issue here. And again, I'm just picking out the big picture. So if you will then go to the pages, and I really appreciate finance preparing these pages because these are what I would call the summary version. I'm a big fan of the summary version. If you look at page 1, in fact, part of this is covered up. Nina, I can't see the top of my page in this binder. I just about need to take
Solid
this
waste
thing
collection.
apart. Is the first one the,
Solid waste collection.
yeah, I'm trying to find which one it is, though.
No, you gave
First one's collections,
gave another handout.
collections.
Is that right?
Oh, okay, there we go. This works. I got it.
They're on top of it, Mr. Harris.
They sure are.
You're behind.
And I really appreciate it. So the first one was on collections. And this was, again, we're looking at a 4-year snapshot. I wouldn't rely too heavily on the current year, 2021, because we're not finished yet. So we'll have changes in revenues and expenses. But you can see that in the collections department, that we're running a deficit each year. But then if you turn to the next page, in the disposal budget, you're running what appears to be a little bit of surplus. That is really the work of a division in the percentages. That's just dividing up your assessment revenue and splitting it between the collection side and the disposal side, because those are two different budgets. And that percentage split can be adjusted by the board by resolution, and it has been done in the past. So it looks like you're losing money in the collection budget. You're making a little bit in the disposal budget. But then just jump to page, well, the next page actually is the combined. That's the one. On mine, I had it numbered different. On this one, if you go to the next page, you'll see you're just combining those revenues on the disposal side and the collection side. You've combined both of them by year, and you're looking at your total expenses. So when you do that, you can see that you're losing money every year. Years 18 through 20, those are completed years. We've got a problem, a big problem. Page 4 is just a reflection of the actual budget in all lines. I don't know if you have any questions on that, but again, I think your clearest picture of what's going on is on that last page when you look at what's going on with your revenues versus your expenses. And again, that does not even, it isn't programmed out to show you what the next 5 years will look like. If you go back to page 3, the next 5 years are going to be much worse than those deficits you're seeing right there. A whole lot worse, by big numbers.
Mr. Harris, can you tell me where that landfill is that they're hauling to? roughly?
Chester Island,
121 north of McClenny.
Okay.
Can't miss it, looks like a mountain.
So you hour and 15 minutes.
100 miles
100 miles.
from the transfer station to that landfill. Went by it last week.
So it's another 50 miles north of McClenny, roughly?
I don't know, I just did it on Google Maps. I just
we did it one
ran
day.
it
Yeah,
From the landfill to,
yeah, when we were in the office. Commissioner White was in the office one day. We ran it then and tried to look at some other numbers.
The one,
The one at Osceola is about the same distance, pretty close. We ran that one the same day, I think.
was they not willing to do anything?
I have spoken to a party. The only way to find out about that one is to go over there and meet with their board of directors. Their board of directors is made up of a representative of each of the counties that are members of that. And for those that may not be aware, that's the Osceola facility, and it's in Greenville. It's owned by 3 or 4 counties. We've had some conversation in the past about that. I'll just tell you, I'll just share some information with you. This isn't a criticism, so I don't want anyone to construe it as that. But our earlier conversations a number of years ago, when we got the per ton charge, it was a lot higher than what we were paying at the time. Now, having said that, what I have been told is that each year, first of all, they have an established published rate, and they have a published rate so that they can take anybody's waste that's coming in, and they know what that rate is going to be that's going to be charged. But for the members, the owners of that facility, what they do, what I've been told is done, is at the end of the year, they will look at their revenues and expenses, and then if they have more revenues than expenses, they will share that, split it up amongst themselves, the amount of money that's over expenses.
that's their published rate.
Yeah, their Class 1 published rate is $43 a ton. So, and that's at their facility. That doesn't include the transportation cost as well. Personally, I think it might be worth considering having a conversation with them, go over there and have a conversation with them, just talk to them and see. If I were to speculate, I would say that if they were to agree to take us in as a member, that we'd have to pay something up front to help them recoup some of their capital expense that they've already invested in to build that cell. The other alternative is we just become a customer and pay. So that's something to consider. And I've made a lot of other phone calls, I'll be honest with you. I've called other counties and talked to them, and I'm not going to name them right now because some of them wanted to check around with commissioners and see if there was an interest in doing anything with us, but I've looked at as many options right now as I think I can. Go ahead.
Regardless of where it gets hauled to, I mean, I don't see no other way around it.
Well, I don't
We need to
see-
get compactors, and we need to be just hauling it ourselves.
Well, there was conversation about a direct haul as well, which would be easier from some parts of the county. If we go to, and let me just say that at the time that we had the conversations, we were in a little bit better position, not a great position, but a little bit better position financially. Ultimately, it's my opinion that we need to go to compactors and the larger enclosed boxes. Much more efficient operation, much more efficient way to service your sites. You could do direct hauls, and it would be much easier from certain parts of the county with those containers than others. Or you could have a staging area where you go back to the landfill or some other location. You could identify maybe a couple of different places in the county as a staging area to take the boxes and drop them, and then just have another driver that's just running back and forth to the landfill.
I mean,
So that's a possibility.
the hauling has gotten so high that if you're compacting, obviously, you're going to be able to take less trips to take the
You
same
take
amount of
more.
garbage.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, were you saying, I think Madison County has done that over the last few years, going to the compactors, and I reached out to one of the commissioners over there, and he said it's probably one of the best things they ever did.
Well, it's a big expense, but I mean, you're looking down the gun barrel of a big expense that has to do with getting rid of this garbage.
Mr. Chairman, can I speak?
Yes, sir. Commissioner White?
Another option that I think we need to be looking at is reopening our landfill. I mean, you're gonna face this from here on. It's gonna get higher and higher and higher. It just has to, and so I don't know that it saves us any money, but it sure would give us a lot more control.
How long before we'll be able to open up our landfill?
Well, I don't know, I'm not a.
Have it open by
Okay.
9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You wanna do it legal or?
Listen, I don't want to be quoted. I don't want to be quoted on that. The reality is, let me share a couple things with you.
9 o'clock, yeah.
While I'm interested in having the conversation, I will share this with you. Every consultant in the world would tell you that based on our volumes, we can't operate a landfill cost effectively. Now, having said that, that's that snapshot comment. Your comment about long-term and controlling our future in this field is absolutely spot on. We would be able to control. We could eliminate, at this time, $27 a ton in transportation because we would know where we're going. And we don't have to drive somewhere and pay, right now, if you compare, almost as much as we're paying for disposal under the current rate. So it would be worth having the conversation. I've spoken to our engineering consultant about that and asked him to start putting some information together on that as well. Maybe we should have that conversation as well as looking at another location and doing a direct haul. I think we need to incorporate the conversation on the transition to the compactors as well and just look at all of the options. I will tell you this, I have been through this process before, back when I had hair, and I can tell you it can be challenging. But one thing that you don't even need to consider right now is incineration. I've been down that road. We invited 6 different consultant firms in to talk about incineration because everybody wanted clean and didn't want birds and all that.
Commissioner Land's got a spot out in his district, he said.
Yeah, bring it on.
Yeah.
Right on the line, across from Lynn's house.
Right there you go.
Yeah, 129 South.
The problem with an incinerator is not only regulatory changes over time, but it takes about 1 million people, a population of about 1 million, to feed that thing and make it operate cost effectively. So I'll just tell you that right now, and it'll save us some time. So landfill would be worth looking into.
When you say, just so I'm clear, when you say landfill, you say to reopen?
Well, I
We
don't
don't
know if
have
we can-
anything to reopen, honestly. We would have to build another landfill.
Well, that's what I misunderstood. I mean,
Well, I wasn't sure on that, so, I mean, me and Mr. Harris has talked about it, and he says that we can't do it out there, and I'm just taking him at his word on that, but, I mean,
We have
didn't
no-
know if we could do one cell there just to get started and speed the process up, because we already have a landfill there, and then look for somewhere else to do, but
I don't,
that's just things that I guess we're gonna have to discuss and figure out, going forward, what we gotta do, but, control would be
Yeah, I
my
don't-
main objective. And it ain't gonna be cheap. I mean, it's for sure not gonna be cheap, because you're gonna have to be disposing of garbage now until you can get that process in.
and
So it's gonna be a double-edged sword is what it's gonna be.
Yeah, my guess on construction of a landfill, and I ran this by the engineer, he didn't disagree with me, depending on any number of variables, it could run between $600,000 and $875,000 per acre for the footprint, because there's a great deal to it. You need a significant clay layer. You've got liners and leachate collection systems and other piping that has to go in there, and there's a lot to it. It's very doable. I mean, clearly, it's a business that people are in and still expanding those types of businesses. So we can look at it.
Now, if you open or build another one, then we have the opportunity to invite other counties to come in.
We'd have the ability to become a host county and generate revenue with that. What you do at that point is you take a close look at your cost. What did it cost you to produce the airspace? Because you're actually producing airspace is what you're doing. What your slopes are, what your total volume is, and is it advantageous to do that?
Commissioner Lamb.
And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that depending on your long-range plan and the location, it might be advantageous to consider doing that. Even if you didn't do it forever, it might help you.
Commissioner Lamb.
Doesn't
Pull
Columbia,
your mic.
doesn't Columbia County, do they own their own and operate their own? I
They
don't know.
do, and I've spoken to them as well.
That was where I was going with that. Is there room, do they have any capacity for us to potentially become a member with them, like we talked about with Osceola potentially?
I haven't gotten a response back yet on an interest. I had a conversation, and I went over our issues, and that's someone who's going to ask around over there and see if they, and we actually, let me share this. I went over there, I guess, 7 or 8 years ago and had the same conversation. Do y'all have an interest in allowing us to come over here and buy into your landfill? At that time, they did not. They had different commissioners at the time. And I'm not at all familiar with their long-range plan, but I started that conversation 2 or 3 weeks ago at a phone call, and I said, this is where we are. We're trying to find out what's available out there. And I haven't heard anything back yet, but he said, give me some time, I'll ask around. We'll see what our sentiments are
They're
over
just
here.
close, and I know they got one, so and that they owned and operated. I didn't know if there was any potential there or not.
Well, I'm riding with Commissioner White on this one. I mean, I got a problem with getting taken advantage of. And when a company buys out another company, and we was dumping for this price at $35, and now, just because there's no competition, we're at $60. I know that's the great American way, but I can't sit here and take it forever without a game plan.
Well, that's kind of where I want to go with it. I just want to get to a game plan or some kind of other option or.
One question, Mr. Chairman. I know, Mr. Harris, you said we sent that bid out and they were the only sole bidder that come back. I mean, can we rebid? I mean, is there other?
We can rebid it. I think the issue is going to be transportation, and that's why you're not getting the responses. And you don't have that many private sector landfills that are in the area either. So it's going to be, there's nothing else that's close,
Yeah.
and the transportation is going to be the big issue.
I guess I'm just talking and thinking out loud here, guys, but I mean, if someone was willing to not charge as much, could we offset it by hiring our, like you say, our own trucks or another private
Sure.
to haul it, you know, and come underneath or at least be closer?
Yeah, listen, I'm open to us looking at every option that's out there. So I think we need to go visit with Osceola. I think, I need to talk to Columbia County again, see what their thoughts are, if they've had time to circulate that amongst themselves and have a conversation. I'd like to find out.
We've got to find out the best, as you're saying, the most cost-effective right now, because it doesn't matter that if we as a board chose to spend however many million it costs to build a new landfill, you're 3, 4, 5 years out before you ever dump one load in it. I mean, that's just a fact. So, I mean, we've got bleeding to stop right now.
Yep.
So we got to figure that out. I mean,
My biggest thing is I don't want to kick the can down the road no more. And I don't want another board to have to step in here and take this, you know.
Well-
And we had a great rate. Mr. Harris did a great job. The rate we had was fantastic. And I would never talk about building a landfill if we could haul garbage that cheap, but I just got a feeling that this is going to be a never-ending thing, and unless some more competition comes in, you're going to be faced with these people from here on, and it's going to get ugly before long.
I agree.
that's absolutely the truth. We don't have
So I know we got to deal with what's in the short term here, and let's just face it, that's going to be more taxes, because that's the only way you're going to fix it. And, I mean, you might as well rip the Band-Aid off and take care of it. But going forward, I just think that we should come up with a plan to look at other options, not necessarily a landfill, maybe another landfill with Columbia County. I don't know what the answer is, but to come up with a plan that takes care of this county for years down the road, that's what I want.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with him. I mean, if you look at these numbers here, I mean, collection disposal's been losing money for years. And the numbers, that's with the great rate from previous years. And it's almost doubled. So it's really going to lose money next year if we don't do something. And the long-term fix is, the short-term fix is like Chairman said, I mean, we got to stop the bleeding first. But then, like Mr. White said, we need to come up with some type of long-term strategy, so 5 years from now, we're not looking at this again with another doubled rate.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
they basically got us every year.
One thing that I think the board needs to consider, and this would be a whole lot easier, you know, if your rate's been the same for 20 years, everyone that lives in this county recognizes that they're paying more for bread and milk and gasoline and tires and everything else. It's disingenuous to try to convince anyone out there that the cost for the services that you're trying to provide doesn't go up at the same time. So one thing that I have seen that is very helpful, has been in the past, is when you do a study, you come up with rates, you go ahead and automatically, you just agree that you're going to automatically track those rates every year. Because now you've got this major problem on your hands that could have been addressed over the last many, many years and could have been incrementally increasing instead of this spike all at one time, which is going to be required now. No one likes spikes. But it happens when, as you said, the can gets kicked down the road rather than managing your costs as they're going up. But I'm ready to look at all the options, and I can engage our consultant because he's worked on, I mean, they're working on landfills, has worked on landfills. We can try to get you information on that, and I'll reach out to those parties that we've already spoken to where it makes sense. And the only ones that I can find right now that make sense would be Osceola and Columbia County.
I want some hard numbers on construction of a landfill, though. I mean, I want somebody to do some research that knows about doing research that which some has just been built in today's world and what that number was. I don't know where we can get that, but
We can get it.
I want to know what that is and know if it's something that we can chew or not. I mean, it's going, y'all gonna fall out of your seat when he comes back and says what it is, but.
Well, that, and I think the problem's gonna be getting the material to even do it if we wanted to. I mean, that seems to be the trend right now, is a shortage of everything. You know, I don't know what a timeline would be to
By the
even.
time we got through the permitting process, probably
Probably
some of those
okay,
supply
yeah.
chains would be opened up
2
again.
years.
That's
Well-
right.
This is where a lot of this that we've discussed today comes into play, though. We've got some big items here that is costly to the taxpayers. And if we're able to use some of these funds, this benefits everyone. It tries to take a little bit of burden off. But I mean, I'm not sitting here saying that obviously we have to, these rates have to change. You can't have something, I mean, a car today doesn't cost what it cost 20 years ago.
No.
It costs 5 times as much.
Yeah.
And it's just ridiculous what they cost today compared to this, and a bunch of them was better built back then.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Well, Mr. Chairman, one other thing I'd like to bring to the board's attention is maybe we get out of the can business at,
Commercial business.
commercial business with the cans. And I'm a business owner and I've got one at my place and it's great and it's cheap and I really don't want to see it change, but I understand it's got to. And I just think that private business would be better off with that particular part of our disposal than we are.
you're saying just take care of our sites, we don't take any additional garbage.
Well, no, I'm talking about the commercial cans are each independent business.
Commercial
At a
business
shop.
that we're in, we're servicing
Yeah,
commercial business.
That's what I'm saying, we just take care of our sites.
That's
our
correct, yes.
dump
Right,
sites.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And we just franchise that out.
Yeah, the franchise is the thing that I would suggest that you need to seriously consider if we're going to get out of the business, because what happens in some counties, if you just say anybody that comes can take care of business without regulating it, is that you will end up with customers in areas where the companies don't want to service them. Because I don't want to drive 4 miles over there to get that can. I want to stick with the population dense areas and service these, so you end up with a number of customers that aren't getting any service at all. If you create a franchise agreement and adopt it, then you can put some regulations in place. You can monitor it. If there are problems, you can contact those companies and say, you've got to go service those cans. So they have to take the bad with the good. And that seems to work best in most counties. But those are things that we can look at and bring back to you as well.
What else do we need to address today on this matter? I mean, we have more.
What you're going to need to address is the question of whether or not you're going to agree on your next agenda to go ahead and contract for the study to be done. Now, you can't take action today, but you need to discuss it.
And we're talking about this company that this gentleman just spoke from that.
Well,
Not him.
yeah, but he isn't involved in that
Right,
section of it. But I will say this, listen, I've had experience with this a number of times. What you need to know is that any county's assessments can be challenged in court, and they are challenged in court. And you need to have a study that's reliable, that can be upheld if it's challenged. And that's why these studies are done. It's a very exhaustive report. In fact, I think I put a sample. You've got the last one in your packet. There's a copy of the study in there. But they go through and do all the exhaustive work and put it together. And again, that's just the GSG piece of it in this particular case that's been proposed. And Neighbors Giblin participates on the back end of that and assembles everything so that it goes out properly with public notice and begins being implemented. But it's predicated on a study that's legally defensible. So,
One question on that, Mr. Harris, is when they do that study, because I've been looking at the number of households that we've been certifying every year. In the last 4 years, it's only went up 400 residences. It just doesn't look correct to me. My question is, when they do that survey, do we get the accurate count on the houses, or?
here's what I think we're going to need to do, because we've talked about this in the office the last few days as well. I think what we're going to need to do is have a conversation with the property appraiser's office, with one of the gentlemen in my office, and the tax collector, and we're going to have to sit down and discuss this difference in numbers on households and decide that everyone that has a piece of it is doing all they can do to make sure that we've got the correct number of households involved in that study. Because it has been a question the last few days. For example, you look back a number of years and there was a number in there and we know that it's changed, it's gone up, and that number isn't being reflected properly. And commissioners, are a couple other things. I only want to mention these, not because I want us to get bogged down in this. I don't really want to go down a lot of bunny trails on this, but one thing that we need to consider going forward as well, that we have talked about in the past, or I have with commissioners, is trying to police the volume of waste coming into our collection sites and reconcile that with the people that are actually picking up the tab for that, which is the households within the county. We've got a major problem with people coming in from out of county, bringing waste to your collection sites. They're not paying that household assessment. The people in the county are. We've got a major problem with businesses throughout the county that do not have a dumpster, that are taking their business waste to those collection sites, and the people that are paying for those collection sites are the household assessments. Large number of them. You've got a lot of residents in the city of Live Oak that go to the collection sites and they're not paying the household assessment, okay? And this isn't a criticism of the residents that live in the city of Live Oak. I love every one of them, okay? But I'm just saying that we need to recognize that the people are paying the cost are only those households in the county. The city does charge a rate, the city does, for pickup of waste. So they pay, when they go across the scales, they pay for their waste disposal. But it's the people that live in the city that they don't want to wait for those days for pickup, or they've got a lot of waste, and they go to your collection sites, and they're not paying for that. We've talked about a card, that can be given. We've talked about decals on the windshield. But at some point, we need to have a serious conversation about trying to reduce the amount of waste that's coming in there that is not being paid for. And we can have that conversation some other day, but I think we need to recognize that that is an issue.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd like to get this study done, gentlemen. I know it stings a little bit and it's spending money, but I just like to err on the side of caution. I like to, when it comes time that it gets challenged, I like to have something to be able to challenge back with. It's the pleasure of the board, though. I'm just one vote.
My only thing is, like I said last time we met, was before we hire these folks is to make sure that we got the pencil sharp on the budget. And as far as our needs and our wants, I mean, I went through my green bar today a little bit, and one thing, I questioned different line items. Are we budgeting enough? Did we over budget? I mean, I look at fuel. I'm in the fuel business. We budgeted 125,000, and we're 6 months in, and we're at 136. Diesel fuel's been really cheap until the last couple months. So did we under budget? I just before we put the burdens on the taxpayers, my only request is that we go through here and like we discussed last time is make sure that we got all of our needs and all of our wants that they're identified, and our needs are immediate, and then our long-term need, we know what that is, and that's fixing the landfill problem. But I agree with what Mr. Harris says. I mean, we got a lot of folks that are using our county collection sites that are not toting the bill.
Mm-hmm.
And, I agree with what Commissioner White said, the commercial cans. I don't know that running all over the county and picking those up is a business that we need to be in. But with that said, I haven't analyzed the numbers and looked at, are they generating revenue, or are we really just breaking even and doing it to be doing it? And then also the other issue we need to discuss is tires. We got a big tire problem, and a lot of those are coming from the collection sites. And those things are pretty expensive to get rid of these days, and where to take them. I mean, those are all things that we need to discuss. I don't disagree. We need the study because we need somebody to tell us what we can and can't do and where we need to be. But I just want to make sure before we pass that buck to the taxpayer that we've combed through this and we know what we need and we know what we want, if that makes any sense.
I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Lane, and yes, sir, Commissioner Fleming.
The tires, we've had this, we sat through the budget last year, and we tried to come up with doing the budget. I don't think the budget's gonna do it right now, going back what we already done figured already. I know it's gonna cost everything now. I think I heard someone said that gas going up, food prices, cars, we pay more money for cars, automobiles, lumber prices are up. And if we steady just kick it and move it, we ain't breaking ground, we ain't getting anywhere. I'm ready to move forward, get someone to do the study, and let's move forward. Let's press on.
I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Fleming. I would say in response to Commissioner Land and talking about the items on the green bar, I would ask Commissioner Land that I don't have a problem going through those items on the green bar, but basically what you're looking at on there is an approved budget by the previous board. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is I'm going to stick by that budget because I voted in favor of it. So I would ask that we go through it line item by item, but when we get into the budget workshop, we do that. And we create obviously we're going to have to create a new budget for the next year, I'm saying. And we go down through it item by item, and if you say, hey,
Yeah.
y'all made some mistakes here,
I think you misunderstood me. My point wasn't to go through it and cross this stuff out. My point was, it's like with fuel, hey, we might need to put a little more on there to make sure when we tell these folks, hey, come do this study, I don't want them to come back and say, hey, you can go, y'all need to be at 125. And we realize because diesel fuel's been climbing the last 2 months. I mean, it's over $3 a gallon, whereas when this budget cycle happened, it was, they were just about giving it away. It was $2 a gallon, $1.79. I mean, it was really low. I just want to make sure that I'm not criticizing it. What I'm trying to say is I want to make sure that these folks give us some really good numbers and say, hey.
That, and you got minimum wage coming at you too.
Yeah, I mean, we got some factors here that were unforeseen when this budget, when y'all did this, that nobody can predict the future.
What
I'm
they
a
will
one man,
do
but-
is, one of the tools that they'll evaluate is your green bar that'll give you current data, and it'll reflect that change. You're correct. You're right. Now, we've had other years where fuel was high, so we budgeted for the high rates, and the next year it was low, so it looked like we had over budgeted. So we use the best information we can at the time, but I agree with you, and they will look at all of our data, not only our adopted budget, but the green bar that has all current data in it, and it'll reflect those changes on those lines.
How many, if I may, and I didn't mean no disrespect to you, if I may ask, how many items did you have that you think that I'm saying these people would address, is what I'm saying, that would have an impact, is what I'm getting at?
Oh, 10, maybe? I mean, some of this stuff is, it
How-
is what it is.
how about-
Postage and, a lot of this stuff, it's going to be there. It's cost of doing business. Got to have it.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Mr. Harris, I got a question for you. If we got these folks to do the study, would Commissioner Lamb be able to sit down with them and go over his concerns just to make sure they're on the same
Absolutely.
page?
I'd invite
Would you be
every one
willing
of
to do
you
that,
to come.
Commissioner Lamb?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd invite every one of you that has concerns, either write them down or come by. You can sit in and meet with these people, and we can talk through them. What I will say is that your budget is a forecast. It has never, I've never seen a budget that came even close to being 100% accurate, not once. But having said that, it's a forecast. That's why I think the true picture is in your total revenues versus total expenses, because that is, for all intents and purposes, blind to the individual line items. It's telling you what it's going to cost you to run your business and how much revenue you're taking in. So I would welcome Commissioner Land or anyone else to come in and help us even assemble the budget workshops, budget documents before we get to our budget workshops. And together, we're going to come up with a document that we hope will take us through the next year when that time comes. But your revenues versus expenses is the true picture of where we are in the condition that we're in right now.
Well, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, I think all the commissioners show their concerns about different items on the budget. But what I'm just saying, I would like I think it's close to Commissioner Land's heart. I would like to have someone on the board appointed to head that up. And obviously, two of us can't be there whenever there's a meeting going on, but he could do it. And then if anybody else has a concern, you just write them down or tell them, or tell Mr. Harrison. But that way, I think you're getting the answers. And also, where we can go on with the study is my point.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. We need to do that just so we got the info, the
But
information.
I'd like for Commissioner Lane to get his answers and make sure those folks, I don't have a problem with, like you said, I mean, some of those lines are off now.
Yeah, no, this isn't about me. This is just, but I'll gladly do it. No disrespect to anyone or any of the previous board members or 4 years ago or 10 years ago, but a budget's a moving target, just like Mr. Harris said. I mean, I do them occasionally in my employment, and you can't predict the future. It's a moving target. Sometimes you hit it, sometimes you hit close, sometimes you're way off.
Well, I agree. I think it's like you said, some of those lines we may under budget or over budget.
Yeah.
There's that bottom number, and that we're still dealing with.
No, but I'll gladly.
I'm just saying,
meet with
I'm
them.
saying you have some concerns, and I feel like the only way that you would be willing to move forward at this time with getting the assessment or the study done is if you was able to have some input on it. That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there is one other thing, a couple of things that I'd like for the board to consider. And I agree, and we will use the green bar, and we'll talk about adjustments in particular lines. But one of the big questions that we need to discuss is the parameters that we will establish for the study. One, we've got the big question of landfill versus a contractor agreement with someone else. Right now, we know what we have with waste management. But the other thing that I want to mention is the whole discussion of transitioning those sites to the compactors. In my experience, and again, I've been through this before, when I went through this experience before, we did 3 or 4 sites a year. We did it over a number of years so that we weren't trying to do it all at one time and weren't trying to budget for all of it at one time. But right now, I would say, and I'm just going to use this as an illustration, it could easily cost, depending on the size of the site and if we have room where we are and some modifications, it could run anywhere from $150,000 to $250,000 a site to modify these things. But then longer term, you're far better off. Much cheaper truck. We're driving the most expensive truck we can right now. And it's a piece of garbage, no pun intended. Those trucks don't last any time. The hydraulics and electronics go out. They're terrible. But the roll-off trucks are much more cost-effective, much cheaper. So when we talk to the consultant, we're going to have to say, okay, we're trying to put a plan together to help us transition these sites over the next 5 years, or whatever number of years the board chooses. And that would be incorporated into the study as a long-term cost for that transition to occur.
Well, I definitely want that. I definitely want a study done on that. I mean, I want to do it, and I'd like to see it done in 5 years. I'd like to see us up to modern technology. I mean, we've been dumping in that same can my whole lifetime.
Mr. Chairman,
Except they only last about a year because the bottom rust out. Then you can go buy some more.
That's
I'd
right.
hate to know how much we spend in them things.
A fortune.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Land did mention the tire waste, and I see it has gone down, which is, I can appreciate that. And I did want to just mention, because I do get calls on this like you guys probably do, but I think our attendants at the collection sites have done a really good job as to policing that, because I get calls from people saying, I had 10 tires I tried to take down there, and they wouldn't let me. You know, and
Yeah.
they've caught people coming in, like you say, the commercial guys,
Yeah.
coming in trying to dump that stuff. I was actually there at the one in your district at Suwannee Springs one time. And
You bringing your trash over to mine?
I do. Yep, I find it, it's just appealing to me. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, on the tire issue, I did call a guy, I called the cement plant in Brantford because I thought they would take them, because they got a grinder they're installing now, but they won't take them. But I did talk to Sumter County, the cement plant down there, and the guy said he'd take the tires. I don't know what kind of condition they gotta be in. I gotta go see him, or me and Mr. Harris or somebody's gotta go talk to him, but they'll take the tires. We're just gonna have the shipping involved in getting them there.
Where are you, where'd you say at?
Sumter County,
Okay.
but we're hauling them all the way to Alabama now,
Yeah.
plus paying tipping fee.
Sumter County down around the villages.
I mean, it's not gonna be a huge savings, but
Every little bit helps.
every little bit, pennies
sure
add up
does.
to dollars.
That's true.
All right, gentlemen, I need to know if you want me to place this on the consent agenda for next Tuesday to get the study, or if you want to vote on it next Tuesday. I'll do whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Let's put on the consent.
Well, y'all give me that money and I'll tell you how much to charge pretty quick. Can I do it?
Can you certify it?
Give me a stamp, brother.
I don't. have a
I'm
problem
just
with
kidding.
it.
I know it's a
Agenda.
lot more in depth than what I actually know. It just, I don't know, it's just a lot of money. I mean, I know we gotta do it, but
Do I have consensus? We can vote on it next week, or I can put it on the consent. Gentlemen, speak up.
I said I want to put on the consent.
I'm good with the consent.
I have 3 on the consent. I have 2 that's not on the consent.
It doesn't matter to me, whatever the majority of you
I
guys
mean, as long as
want
we,
to do.
I agree with, because obviously Commissioner Land does have some questions there and some concerns. If we can get the study done and he can work with them on it, that's information you can bring back.
Commissioners, I'm just going to tell you, anyone, if you have a vision in the middle of the night and you've got a concern, every one of you will have your opportunity to share that concern either with me or that consultant directly before it's started. So all of you will have adequate time to list any of your concerns.
Seeing nobody jumping up on the table right here, I'm going to say we're going to put it on the consent agenda, Mr. Harris.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
one other question while we're on that. The study on the land, I mean, is that gonna be involved in this study? if we
No, that's-
consider a landfill or
Well,
not, or?
what I'm going to do is probably tomorrow reach out to our engineering consultant on the landfill question. In fact, when I approached him and talked to him about the numbers that I thought it would cost per acre, he didn't disagree with me.
Yeah.
Mr.
He
Harris,
said, yeah, I think you're right. So I'll start getting information put together on that.
Here's what I want to do. We're going to not put it on the consent agenda. We're going to vote on it next Tuesday. I ask you to bring back what information you can gather between now and then on talking about this, like the landfill and things. We will vote on it. Because we may want to add to it, is what I'm saying, is what he's asking.
I'm good with doing the study. I mean, I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure we're covering all the bases.
I think we would have more time to gather that information, because I need to move on the study like right now. That calendar's running out in order for us to have time to get it implemented next year. I would prefer that you put it on the consent agenda, and then and I will go ahead tomorrow and contact that consultant working on the landfill side and get the information to us as quick as we can,
So you're saying we're just.
because they won't be finished with that study in a week or two. It's going to take a while. Let's just put it on the consent agenda for the study, get that underway, and on a parallel timeline, I'll be working with the other consultant on the landfill question.
What about the can business and franchising that? I mean, I know I'm throwing a lot at you, but-
County staff, we joke about county staff. County staff will work on that.
I understand it's not important, is it?
That one we will work on. What's important right now, from a priority standpoint, is going to be landfill question, Columbia County, Osceola, those conversations.
Trucking.
And the trucking, yeah, because we can
My point
we can go ahead and
is,
bid
though,
the trucking.
my question is, will it be included in the study that we're fixing to approve?
It very well could be.
But my point to that is, the study will cost twice as much. And I want these gentlemen to be on board with it, is what I'm saying. That's why.
I don't
need-
think it will be twice as much.
Well, I'm
because
being
that
a little
company won't be
facetious,
doing
but-
the,
But it's going to be a lot more because there's a lot more in
that
depth.
part's true. The rate would be higher if you're funding the transition, and you're funding the cost of a landfill, and you're funding the cost of disposal.
Correct. I just want to be on the same page that, you know,
I'll try to get numbers for you from our consultant, and I might have those next week on the cost of the landfill.
We need to talk to New River and Columbia before we talk about what you're talking about, right? I mean, hiring a consultant to tell us if we can do it here, is that what you're talking about?
no, this,
I got confused there somewhere.
We're just talking about the study to get the rates.
Yeah. That was 40,000, wasn't it?
But we're talking about if you add a landfill
Oh, yeah.
if we
deal
start
in there
adding
with
these
it,
other things to it,
there's
the
other
cost will
things
be
to
different.
assess.
But before we add that, what I'm saying is before we add more task to that report to run the cost up, we should talk to Columbia first,
Well, that's
or,
what he's
and
gonna
that
do.
other New River, or whatever it's called, Osceola.
Osceola.
Okay, here's what we'll do. We're going to leave it on the consent agenda. We're going to agree with what our costs you have provided. Mr. Harris, you're going to get some additional information, and when you come back, we will have a number if we choose to add additional things before we add anything else to the cost of what this study is. The board will agree to it.
There you go, yeah.
Is that agreeable?
Good, yes, sir.
Good with me.
Absolutely.
I just didn't want to hire these folks to tell us we could do it, and then Columbia say, you know what, we'd love to have y'all, let's talk about a partnership, and then we're like, whoa, wait a minute, we just spent X
Well,
amount of dollars.
They won't do it overnight. Trust me, this study's going to take a while. They've
Well,
got-
that's what I was gonna
Yeah, they
get
got
at.
their hands full, and they're going to have their hands full for a while.
Well, this gives you a minimum to a maximum, so you're going to have it either way. And-
All right, Mr. Baker, I'm sorry.
If it's all right, it sounds like it's landfill talk was winding down. I was going to ask you, it's where we had asked Mr. Powell to be here because I didn't know if y'all might have some questions on the landfill for him. And if y'all don't, I was wondering if we could release him because I'm sure he has other stuff he needs to do. Is there any need for him to be around for the fire, or is there any questions on the landfill that he would need to answer?
I can't think of anything else. If you just want to nod your head that we have a statutory DEP permit obligation for post-closure escrow. It's been in the budget forever, and it'll continue to be there until DEP says that it can go away. And it's significant.
1.6 million.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
The escrow is a sum that's computed to pay your entire post-closure costs for 15, 16 more years.
Correct.
Now, if you look at the required escrow, you're probably only required to escrow 1 year of that, but Suwannee County over the years has determined that it should all be escrowed. And, but it is in a CD, and it's earning interest, and I think that's good, because it's something that you don't have to deal with every year.
That's good.
I mean, I know it's a lot of money, but I'm in support of it because you don't never know what happens in a post-closure of a landfill. I mean, we could come back tomorrow and have some type of problem out there, and we have to spend a bunch of money, and
Absolutely.
I've never indicated on touching that. I agree, it needs to stay there.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say about it is that we do fund some repairs out there that we self-perform. Occasionally, we'll have a contractor out there if a pump goes out or there are electrical problems with a pump on the leachate side. But under the DEP permit, there's a requirement that you escrow the funds for the number of years that they specify. I think it was 30 years in this particular case for post-closure escrow. And actually, in the DEP requirement, you have to escrow an amount where you could pay a third party to go in there and do the repairs if necessary. But in any event, that's all I wanted you to comment on, Mr.
Mr.
Ballard.
Carroll.
I appreciate you being here.
I appreciate you coming this evening. I appreciate your input.
I appreciate you thinking enough of me to ask me.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Powell.
You have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Be safe.
Thank you.
Are we, any other closing comments on solid waste, gentlemen? At this time? Commissioner Land, anything?
Negative, Mr. Chairman, I'm good.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hale, you good?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm good.
Mr. White, you good?
Good.
Mr. Fleming?
I'm good, sir.
All right, gentlemen. We're going to move forward to fire rescue. Chief Hand, Mr. Harris.
I'm going to let Chief Hand talk through probably most of this. I want to share just a little bit of information about assessments in general. In my mind, assessments are probably the best thing that ever happened for county commissioners. Because many, many years ago, county governments were attempting to fund services like fire and solid waste out of their general revenue with ad valorem taxes. And they couldn't do it. And the reason they couldn't do it is because there's a pile of people out there that aren't paying hardly anything in ad valorem taxes, even though they needed the services and everyone did. So assessments, particularly the uniform assessments, allow you to have everyone participate in pulling that wagon. So they're the best thing out there for local governments that are trying to fund services that would otherwise drain your resources in your general fund that are based on ad valorem taxes. So what the chief has done is, and again, we've got a similar sheet to what you had with your solid waste that's in here that we'll probably jump to kind of quickly, but I asked the chief to go ahead and just, let's show where we're underfunded, and then let's show what it would take to have a different level of service by improving our staffing and what type of equipment would be needed. So he's produced a lot of numbers, just a lot of information for you to consider. And no one's asking you to adopt any of that, but it's information for you to look at. And then the cheat sheet version of this is to go for those pages in the back like we had for solid waste and say, okay, here's our revenues versus our expenses, and what do you want to do about it? So, Eddie, that's the best introduction I can put together for you. So go ahead and share whatever you need to.
Welcome, Chief Ham.
Chairman and Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to present this to you. You know, as Mr. Harris said, the most important thing to look at is starting on page 4 of the packet that I gave you with the revenues and expenses. If you'll look at the Fire Protection Fund, you can see the trend that we're rolling in from 2018 to now. That, you know, we're averaging right now on and these are reoccurring expenses. These are not special projects or any capital outlay or anything else. These are operating expenses of the department. And we're rolling right now with on average about a $220,000 deficit in what we're bringing in on the assessment and what it's costing us to operate at today's level of service and today's cost of doing business. So that's just on our fire side. The revenue and expenses on the EMS side, we're going to have a discussion towards the end of the presentation that I think, and then I can, you know, like to get into that part of it. But if you'll flip back to page 1, basically what I put together, we have a level of staffing that has needed to be improved for several years. I'm not sure all of you know, but we operate with a 2-man or 2-person station in most of the county. Where I have more personnel, they're dedicated more to the non-emergency interfacility or the interfacility transfers than they are the 911. Now, they do take 911 calls when they're not on, so they do that added personnel has been a great benefit on the 911 side as well. But most of our stations are a 2-person station. They have a fire truck and they have an ambulance in that station. Well, 85 to 90, you know, somewhere in the 85% range of the time, they're going to be going on a medical call and not be available for that fire call if it comes out, or vice versa. If somebody's, you know, mother, father, grandparent has a heart attack and they're going on a fire, there's no one there to man that ambulance because they're on the fire truck on the fire. So this proposal, as we move through it, is giving different options of increasing the level of service to at least get 4 persons at every station to be able to man that fire truck and that ambulance all the time. So going down just going through the packet on the underfunded section, Station 6, which is the new station that we got the grant for last year up on the north side of the interstate. We received $750,000 in the appropriations grant, and we've got $250,000 in the budget for that station. But per the engineer opinion and probable cost, we're going to be in the $2.1 million range. So we're going to be $1 million and some change short to build that station as it's proposed. The operational cost of that station is, and this does not include salaries. We'll get into, when I get to the staffing section, the staffing for Station 6 is actually included in that proposal. But the operational cost is estimated at $225,000. On our safety equipment, our bunker gear only lasts us 10 years. We try to order enough sets each year to replace that on a 5-year replacement plan because there's been a lot of safety initiatives come out through the fire college and the state because of so many firefighters dying of cancer that they're recommending every firefighter have a second set of gear so you can take that off after a fire and have it clean before you wear it again. Currently, our guys have to rinse it off with a hose the best they can, hang it up to the station to dry before they get their next call. If they ended up with another call, they're putting on bunker gear that's filled with carcinogens from the fire. So that's a line I'd like to put in to be able to, we're not going to solve that problem immediately, but it increases it to the level that we would need to be able to purchase those sets. Fire equipment, currently our fire assessment doesn't allow us to purchase any new equipment. Most of the time, we're having to scramble to trying to find a grant, or we're running short on some trucks. We budgeted in, like last year with the tankers, when we put those in service, we did budget in a line to purchase the equipment for that tanker, but we've never had a line there that was strictly for escrowing money into a line that can purchase equipment when it wears out. And then we had our storage building that we're in desperate need of, that we budgeted last year. It was budgeted in the 2019 budgets, rolled over so far in this budget, but the lowest bid that came in was almost $50,000, was right at $50,000 higher than what we had budgeted for it. So just trying to point out some underfunded things that are in the budget right now. Next page, we go to the apparatus for Station 6. It's currently unfunded, but we'll need an engine and an ambulance up there. Now, I know the ambulance isn't part of the fire assessment, but just talking about some of the unfunded items that we've got to deal with within my entire budget, we're going to need, an ambulance and a pumper. Another thing that's never been addressed in our budget in the past is having an escrow line that can just build for capital outlay. Right now, I've got every single station that we are currently in, with the exception of Wellborn, that is in dire need of renovations. I mean, we do have the mobile home that was put at Station 2 that's fairly new, but it's a mobile home. And it's really and truly, that's a temporary fix that's going to be wore out within 10 years. That was prior to me being in this position, and it was the only thing that we could afford at the time, and it got us back into the location that we, desperately needed. But we don't have any kind of capital outlay escrow that's in our budget to address issues like that, or simple station renovations. Station 1's been in service since 1994 and has never been renovated. Cabinet doors falling off of it. Guys are, we try to do, I've got a lot of handy guys in our department. We fix a lot of stuff ourselves, and we try to get it as nice as we can, but it just doesn't, it hasn't been touched in 20, my entire career. I know it hasn't been renovated at all. And on top of that, none of them they all lack room for additional personnel. We could house some of these additional personnel, but some of these stations would need some minor renovations if we chose to go to that level of service. The other big thing is apparatus replacement. We've been able to do this on the EMS side with our ambulances because of having some excess revenue some years over budgeted revenues, and been able to have the funding to be able to get our ambulances on a pretty good rotation of replacement. But we've never had anything like that on the fire side. When we purchased our new engines, that Chief Summers put in 3 years ago, and our tankers, we were real frugal with the budget for years, and we had some reserves build up in the fire budget, but we weren't purchasing anything else, and it was at a dire need of where we were out. I mean, we were at a point in our response that we had to have some trucks, and we've leased or financed those for 10 years. We know that we're going to have to replace those in 10 or 12 years. That's about the lifespan of an engine, is about 10 years. I've got 2 trucks right now that 2 engines that need to be replaced, several brush trucks that need to be replaced, and then to move forward with better service and response, we've got some tankers that need to be added. So if we could get an escrow line going for equipment replacement, that's just another unfunded thing within the fire side of the budget. The training facility, currently we do not have a training facility that meets any requirements to help add points to our ISO rating. As it says there, you got to have 2 acres of land, 3-story building providing smoke conditions, live fire conditions. Basically, what this is doing is providing us a facility that we can do a lot of in-house training with our firefighters instead of having to send them out for their facilities training and their most of their fire training. And we'll have an initial cost up front, but it'll add points to our ISO rating, and it'll also save us money in the long run by being able to, we have several instructors in-house. We can provide a lot of the classes that these guys have to go pay, that we're paying for now, we could provide in-house. So those items are, and I know there's a bunch of numbers there, but those are just the unfunded items. If you flip to the spreadsheet, that should be page 4, I guess. That shows you just the totals of those items. If you go down, the items themselves on the underfunded and unfunded items are the same. You can look at those totals, and then the staffing comes in after that. But what I want to speak to on the staffing is, first, like I said, the safety issue of having a two-man fire station. Currently, right now, we have 3 of our stations have 2 men. That's their most staffing they ever have. Our Branford station is about 20 minutes from the closest backup that can get to them. So if a house catches on fire, the only way legally they can make entry on that fire to put it out is if there's someone trapped in the home. If they're not trapped in the home and they go in and something happens to them, then none of the benefits that are afforded to firefighters will be paid to their family if something, or paid to them if they're hurt, or paid to their family if they happen to pass away in the line of duty because they weren't following the standards of the 2 in and 2 out rule. So the first issue with having 2 people is a safety issue. The second issue is, like I was saying before, we're sitting there with a 2 guys at a station with a fire truck and an ambulance, and they take whatever call comes first. Well, like I said, about 85% of the time, they're going to be on that ambulance going on that call and not be available for the fire. Now, we have been fortunate, and we've played the odds throughout the years since we've been operating this way. And we've had, we fortunately have not had injuries because of it or any deaths because of it. We've had some fires that were responded to and they were put out, but they were much further along and burned a lot more property than they would have had that fire truck been in the station to, and you still are playing odds. I mean, even if we go to 4-man stations or you had 3 crews there, you can get calls that are going to take both of those crews out of the station and another one might come in. That's just the nature of the business. But we're reducing those odds a whole lot by putting 4 people there. On top of that, having a 2-man station's actually been a detriment to us being able to hire people, because a lot of folks most of the folks that are in the fire rescue business like to fight fire and do medical calls. And because we have a 2-man station, when they come here, they know that 85% of the time they're going to be on an ambulance running an ambulance call instead of being on the engine. It also makes it a lot harder for us to do our training on shift because they're so busy running the medical calls that they don't have the time to do the fire training. And if they have a little bit of time to do the fire training, they get in their bunker gear, they get in the middle of it, and then a call bangs out and they're hot and sweaty and they got to go see your grandma, stinking and sweaty and wet and everything else, and it's just not too professional to be in that situation. So it's been a detriment to actually being able to attract people as well. The little schedule there that I put there it shows you what our current staffing level is. Right now we're at 20 per shift, 60-man total on shift. The next line, it would be the minimum staffing required to go to a 4-man station. That's that's 6 stations, 4 personnel, continuing having the 4 personnel running the non-emergency inter-facility transfers, and the battalion chief that runs the shift. And then the next line would be putting 35 per shift. That's adding a person per station. That would give you, on a fully staffed day, a 5-man station that would allow a 3-man engine or a tanker driver. But the primary goal of that is, in the past, we've had a lot of the boards want us to, add extra staffing above minimum staffing so we can help reduce overtime payment. At the minimum staffing of 29 of the 29 per shift, if anyone takes off, if we can't get a part-timer to work, we're going to have to pay overtime to fill that hole because there's not an extra person on at 29 to be able to ride short. In those differences, or in those figures and the differences that you see between current pay, the current salaries and the new salaries is also something that we need to work on for retention and actually attracting people to come to Suwannee County. I've been, for the last several years, we've been 3 to 5 open spots all the time that we're trying to fill. Right now, I have 5 open spots, and I've got 2 applications right now. Two folks fixing to come out of fire school that we're going to probably hire as long as they pass that want to come to work for us, but we can't ever attract and keep people. We're losing people to the larger departments due to the fact that they just pay better and they've got more opportunity for promotions and everything else. We've done some salary studies with the surrounding departments that we're losing people to. It didn't do us a lot of good to do a salary study with the smaller counties that are around us because we're already stealing the people from them, and then they move on to a bigger department from there. We've got to get into the level of the departments that we're losing people to. So what these differences is bringing our pay up to a level that we can compete with Gainesville and Jacksonville, Alachua County, St. John's, all of the different counties that we're losing people to. And the other benefit to this difference is it handles the minimum wage thing that we're getting ready to look at over the next 5 years. This puts us just above that level on our starting pay to where we can, we won't have to deal with it with the fire department. It'll only be the other county employees that has to be dealt with. So, like I said, we're having a major problem getting folks to come here and definitely keeping them. I've had probably, with the 5 open spots I got right now, that's not including the 3 that I just got done with orientation last week. We hired them 2 weeks ago. So we were up to like 8 spots. Or actually, I was up to 7 spots, and I had one resign yesterday. So, we're continually dealing with the open spots, which is increasing our overtime budget because, unfortunately, we can't shut an ambulance down. We've got to keep it running, and we've got to fill that spot no matter what if somebody calls out sick. So basically, what we need to discuss today is, just like on the solid waste, is these are my recommendations of where we need to be with the department. We know, and I hate to keep using the kick the can down the road, but 8 years ago, the last time the study was done, $118 was to get 100% cost recovery then. And we're way above that now with higher costs, higher expenses, and everything else. It's my job to manage the department you guys decide you want. These are my recommendations of where we need to be, but it's up to you as a board you tell me what kind of service you want and what level of service you want. And I do have some other numbers that we can, that we can discuss if we needed to. These are the recommendations that we need to be at at a level of service. But I do have some retention numbers with current staffing. I've got numbers with just adding Station 6 that we can discuss if we need to. But basically, we need to set the parameters of the study, just like Mr. Harris was saying, and that those escrow lines for replacement of equipment and gear need to make sure those are in there. But whatever parameters that you as a board give us to go to the study, it'll be just like you were saying, Mr. Land, or Commissioner Land, with the green bar. You know, they get really involved. They're looking at call load numbers, they're looking at green bars, they're looking at salaries, they're looking at everything that it costs for us to run the department, and they'll come back and tell us what that rate needs to be. So that's the gist of the fire assessment.
Chief, I got one question. I think I'm missing a sheet of paper here on your thing that you put together. Did you have any good news?
Well, yeah, I do, actually. The level of service that we can provide with these numbers will be phenomenal for Suwannee County. I can tell you that. They'll receive, yes, they're going to have to pay a higher fire assessment tax. There's no doubt about it. But we're killing two birds with one stone. We're providing a much better service for the county, and we're also taking care of our minimum wage hit. That's going to be that's going to be a hard thing for you guys to manage through, and this will take care of that, where you don't have to worry about managing, at least for, depending on which way you guys decide to go on this study, anywhere from 60 to 100 people of the county that work for the county.
So right now, we need to decide as a board if we're willing to do this study of $41,500.
With these parameters.
What parameters you
You'll
want
need
to do that
decide,
study
yeah,
at.
You'll need to decide on the parameters
Right. And I guess we'll
and
need to.
escrowing.
Right.
Well, that's where I come in the questions at.
Commissioner White.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, you're fine.
What is the starting salary of a fireman? And the underfunded items, the sheet here you got?
Mm-hmm.
You got it, I guess we're at current 6.155 million, and you're wanting to be at 7.463 million?
Let me see. Let me get to the right one. Okay,
Is that just fire?
no, currently, now the 6.155,
Yeah,
that is additional, that's additional over, that is all of the underfunded items with the staffing for a four-man station. That 6 million is in addition to our current budget.
that's plus.
Some of those would not be recurring expenses.
Correct.
So there's a combination of expenses there.
Sound like we need to buy some printers, start printing money.
Yeah, currently on, let me get this other sheet here.
Well, we got to, I will say this, I know from some folks, fortunately, I mean, unfortunately, that's had some problems when it comes to just a two-man station. I mean, it creates issues, and I know some of those firsthand of those folks being gone on a call when they needed to go fight a fire. So, it's about providing, as you said, the level of service for this county. And I just, I mean, I'm sitting here looking at these numbers, and they're really big, but I just don't see the average person, when you break this down to what the average taxpayer is going to have to pay extra, I don't see it being that hard a pill to swallow, knowing that we got some of the best service out there.
And I should have added it earlier. Excuse me a sec. These salaries are combined, fire and rescue. We haven't even, I've got a total separate budget for EMS. So to get to this number on the salaries isn't going to be all fire assessment having to increase to get to that number. I added those in because we needed to discuss the retention and problem the staffing problem, and we're in a fire assessment workshop. So I added those figures in there of what that would take to get there. But that, some of that would be funded from the EMS, a lot of that is funded from the EMS side. If you look at my, well, when we get to the EMS revenues, but like I put in a million, right now out of 5,608,000, 1.5 million of that is paid out of the fire assessment. The rest of it's paid out of the general fund. So, and that is part of the study. When they come in and do the study, they set the parameters of how much salaries come from fire and how much salaries come from EMS, and that's due to call load and the split on the call load. And then some of my other expenses, depending on what they are, if it's like in an admin or like all my fuel for fire has to come out of the fire budget. All my fuel out of for the ambulances has to come out of the EMS budget. But like my supervisor vehicles, my fuel split 50-50 because they're supervising both sides. So, but the study determines how much of that and how that breakdown goes. So don't think that these figures, and I know they're big numbers, they really are. But like I said, our EMTs right now start at $12.90 an hour. And, you know, whenever this plan is starting them at $15.50. So when minimum wage hits in 5 years, you know, we're going to have our EMTs making 50 cents an hour more than an unskilled worker, and they have somebody's life in their hands at all times. So like I say, all I'm here to do is present where I feel my opinion is where we need to be at a level of service, and then it's up, you guys give me the parameters of where you want to be, whether it's currently, but currently with my current expenses on just my fire side of my budget, I'm about $225,000 annually in a deficit. We're just like the garbage assessment. We haven't gone up. Our expenses have continued to rise, and that's on today's expenses. That's not counting next year's fuel budget line and you know, any raises that you generously give every year if you know, if that happens. These are on current expenses. So, you know, but I just wanted to point that out, that these salaries do come from the general side as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Until we get into that next
if
topic.
I could just interrupt for a second, I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out there because it's on the list. I want to have a conversation with you about an EMS assessment when we get to the end of this. But I want you to start thinking about that, because what Eddie is telling you is that you go up on this fire to put the number of people in there, just the minimum number of people that you really need in a station. 2 doesn't even hit the minimum. You need 4. That should be the minimum. But to get there, we are currently we're supplementing a great deal from your general revenue to pay for the EMS side, okay? 73% of those salaries for those people is coming out of your general revenue. Under Florida statute, particularly and it's designed for smaller counties, rural counties, you could put an EMS assessment in place to pay that instead of it coming from your general revenue. You're at 9 mills. So if you try to put the minimum number of people in this station, 4, you're not going to be able to do that with 9 mills. The EMS assessment, and I've got a quote here and we can talk more about it, or you can just continue trying to do this with your general fund and go over 9 mills, which would be devastating, okay? But those assessments are designed for small rural counties with populations less than 75,000 that are designated by the governor as rural areas of critical economic concern. That's what the statute says. And it's for that very purpose. And for those that are, you know, others qualify by being at 10 mills. We're almost there. And we will have the conversation about minimum wage and what it's going to take and the impacts. Keith's running those numbers for us now. But I just wanted you to be aware that that's an option that you have instead of continuing trying to do this with your general fund, is to have an EMS, because it's the same people working out of the same station, they're either jumping in an ambulance or they're jumping in a fire truck. And
Or both.
if you have it staffed at the minimum level that you should have it at, you're going to be able to take care of a medical emergency and put out a fire at the same time because you've got the right number of people there. And that's just a minimum. Again, I'm talking about 4, not 5.
Correct.
But in any event, go ahead. I just
No, and
mentioned
that's,
to-
I wasn't sure how you wanted to lead into that, but if you look at the EMS revenues versus expenses sheet, it should be the last one of your packet. In 2018, we had 2.3 million of ad valorem contributions. In 19, 2.77. 2020, 3.4. And in projections this year, we're looking, right now, we're at a $1.4 million, but we're looking in the $3 million range again this year, that's what's going to come out. Now, those revenues there are generated by our EMS collections, our special event fees, and then the $1.5 million that comes back in from fire to cover salaries. That's what makes up that revenue line. So, you can see right there that between 3 and 3.5 million that's annually been put into the general fund, or from the general fund into EMS, can be freed up for whatever else you as a board decide to do with that money, because the way that it would be funded with an EMS assessment is we would still have our collection fees, and that assessment study would be done to
It
figure out what
reconciles the
that.
difference on uncollectibles and the rate caps. The rate caps that you're currently experiencing in your collectibles.
Right.
When they would undertake the study for the assessment, they reconcile all of that, and they look at that and say, okay, these are the rate caps, this is what your costs are, and this is what you should be generating. But in any event, the big picture here is that it takes it out of your general revenue that you're currently funding it from, and you're at 9 mills.
What's an average dollar figure of what?
That I can't tell you.
You got an idea. You're a smart man.
I really don't know what it would be. I haven't even tried to run a number on this. They were
Right.
scrambling so fast to try to put this together. I didn't run the numbers on it. I really don't know.
Eddie, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Eddie, you said these numbers is in addition to what you already got budgeted?
Well, if you,
Well, first,
total, right now, we have, yes, we have, the numbers on that sheet are, well, no, if you look on the second page of the packet under staffing, the equipment stuff that's not a lot of that, some of that expense is not a reoccurring expense, so that number, we're looking probably on some of that escrow stuff, we're looking at $300,000 or $500,000 annually that would be put in lines for, well, actually less than that, it's about $400,000 escrowed away on top of our of our current budget now. But if you look at the current staffing, the first column of numbers there, the 5,608,000, that's my current staffing budget. The 9,174,000 would be total staffing budget for 4 people per station. The 10,000,004 would be the total for having the 35 per shift, which would be 105 people. So the difference to the right there, you'd be adding $3.5 million to my current budget for the 4-man station, and $4.8 million for the 5-man station.
I don't know, maybe I'm just ignorant here, I don't know. Explain to me how EMS and fire works. I mean, I know we do transport under EMS, and it generates revenue.
Correct.
Fire does not generate any revenue.
Right.
So how does all that work?
I have 2 separate budgets. And my fire budget is totally separate, and everything fire has to come out of that budget. And anything generated by the fire assessment has to stay within that budget. I cannot spend anything on the EMS side out of that fire budget. Because my EMS budget is general revenue, I can, if I need to spend money out of it on the fire side, I'm able to do that because it's general revenue money. But everything fire has to be done. So my salary, the way that the salaries are paid, my EMS budget is actually inflated. It's actually inflated by $1.5 million because all of my salaries come out of that budget. So my budget, my regular salary line on my EMS budget is showing the total amount. When you add all of those other things up, you're going to come out to the 5.6 million. End of the year, 1.5 million in salaries gets transferred in as revenue into the budget. So it takes care of that extra amount. But the revenue generated is by our ambulance fees, and we project those each year, what we think they're going to be. Any excess that comes in, a couple, 3-4 years ago, the board voted to allow that to stay within the EMS budget to try to start building a little bit of a contingency line for ambulance purchases and everything. So any EMS fees come in as revenue. Now, the sad thing about revenues is or the collections is there's caps on that, and there's contractable allowances with insurance companies. So I may bill $1,000 for a run that I went 25 miles on, got the mileage pay and the regular ALS fee, but insurance may only pay $600 of that. And we attempt to get the rest of the fee from the patient, but sometimes they don't pay. So we collect about of actual billed rates, we collect between 58 and 60% of that. Now, on allowable rates, because our billing company does a really good job, we're collecting in the high 90s, which is very good. But it's the allowable billable rates with Medicare, and it's like Medicaid. I mean, Medicaid is, on a Medicaid run, if it's an in-county Medicaid run, I get $190, no mileage, in-county.
Well, why does the salaries have to be done that way? Why can't fire be in fire, EMS be in
Because now, I have not found out, I'm very new to the EMS assessment world, so I actually just found out last week when I found out Okeechobee County does it, that we could even do it. And I don't know when it comes to, but it's set up, the way that it's been in the past is because of call load. Fire assessment money can only benefit the property. It can't benefit people.
Ms. Nina, I'm sorry. Ms. Nina, you have a comment?
Right.
The employees that have to be dual certified. That's why they all have to have EMT and fire.
Credentials.
50/50, fire paid for fire.
Right.
EMS paid, but the board at the time made it dual certified.
They had to because you only have 2 people per station.
Right.
So you got to be able to go on either
Yeah.
truck.
Yeah, if we have them mow the yard, we're going to have to get them certified for that, too.
They all get paid out of EMS, and then fire portion gets transferred over.
Right, and that's done on right now, it's a 27-73 split.
Right.
But the study, when they come out, if our call load numbers have changed and we're running 80% out of EMS now and 20 fire, they would pay 20% out of fire. Now, and like I say, I don't know the answer, and I'm going to find out, but if we did an EMS assessment, it may still have to be split, I'm not sure. But
It would be.
right. Yeah, because it's not benefiting the property, so.
Mr. Baker, you have a comment?
I'm not familiar with the EMS assessment. Have they changed the statute? Because I know that years ago, Madison County had an assessment, and they were actually sued. Those were thrown out at the time. So have they changed the statute?
I don't know if they've changed it, but it is an allowable assessment, and I've spoken to neighbors Giblin about it, and it doesn't affect your 10 mil cap at all. In fact, you should relieve your general fund side if you had the assessment, and went through the statutory conditions that have to be in place. In fact, I talked to Mr. Pravat about it as well the other day, but we called neighbors Giblin and spoke to them on the same day.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Oh,
One last comment, Mr. Baker. Madison County suit involved, the problem that they had was mixing the two instead of keeping them separated, and that's why they got sued.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Land.
go ahead. Were you ready?
No, I was.
Finance, if I'm wrong, correct me. The fire assessments generate 2.134 million. Am I close? I did some quick math. A little over 2 million fire assessment. Does that sound right? 2.134.
That's correct.
That's my quick math. And he's telling, Eddie, you're telling us you're $4 million short because you got 6,155. Am I understanding this right? So we're $4 million short on where we kind of want to be.
Correct.
Guys,
Let me ask,
no, I'm not done yet.
Ma'am. No, now, this right now, this number right here, the three, if we did a four-man, the 3.5 million or the 4.8 million is in addition to my current budget. So right now, between the two, we're at about $8 million. So what we've got but I'm adding ambulance fees to that. So to get to the side, what we got to be on the EMS side, if we did an EMS assessment, I'm gonna be putting $2 million in to that, and then the balance would be made up with an assessment. And we would have to have the study done to see what that would be and what the total figures were. But the $2 million plus, I mean, and it all depends on COVID. It's like, I mean, we bring in about $100,000 a year in special event fees with covering events at the park and different things that we do, special event wise, that we receive pay for. That that is as additional revenue. So any of that revenue that comes in, whatever that number may be, would would reduce the amount the assessment would need to be to get to that total figure. The fire side, unfortunately, there's just no revenue can be generated on fire.
The only thing I suggest we do on the fire side is, I mean, you said earlier in your presentation that 85% of the time the two guys are out on medical. Then in that call analysis, call load study, then we need to look at, we're taking 27% of your fire assessment and we're putting it into EMS. If these guys are on EMS calls 85% of the time, well, that needs to be 15. There's your $250,000 right there that's going to go back in here.
Right.
And I can tell y'all right now, if y'all go down the EMS assessment, you're going to do that without me. I mean, we're fixing to kick these folks in the teeth with a big garbage issue and a fire assessment. I'm not saying they don't need to be done, but this year's we got big fish to catch and kill. I mean, we can do the fire and we can do the garbage. That has to be done. But if we're going to talk about adding a third one this year, yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Mr. Chairman.
But I'm just one.
the thing, if I could just comment on one thing. Whatever revenue you generate with the EMS assessment would be a reduction on your general revenue side with your millage rate.
Your millage rate would lower, you're saying?
That's right.
So we're going to reduce.
Because you would otherwise take it all out. You would otherwise, you'd be taking any additional personnel, a much greater piece out of your.
Yeah, we're going to reduce your millage rate, but the money's going to be the same because we know property values are going to go up. So we're going to get an increase in our general revenue based on increase in property values. We know that's going to happen. I think he's still back there. So we're just going to go back to the rollback rate, and we're going to have the same amount of money by changing the millage because of the increase in property values. That's going to happen. So that's like.
The question is, it's going to cost you more money. Which pot are you going to take it out of? Are you going to take it out of general revenue if you do it?
I think we kick this can down the road a little bit and deal with garbage and fire.
Well, question is, how much you want to spend?
Yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit. He's asking for $4 million, and he probably needs a portion of that. But,
Well,
man, the sky's the limit.
Am I looking at this right on this green bar? EMS budget is $8.7 million?
It's,
Is that, no,
let me get my green book.
that's,
Yes,
Yeah, that's for EMS, right?
yes. 2610.
I get that. It's 2.5. So that's 6.2 million, just in my, and then fire is 3.2 million.
Yes. Now, that total budget there has got some of the escrow lines in there and, special projects that some year, like, my fire budget actually went down this year from like 3.6.
I'm just trying to get a total deal here. I mean, we can run a rabbit down a hole all day. $9.4 million is what I'm calculating here, between EMS and fire, both together.
But the 1.5 is in both places.
The,
1.5 million's in both.
yes.
Yeah.
What do you mean 1.5 is in
The,
both
the
places?
salaries on fire,
Yeah.
show down there on the, at the bottom of the fire budget.
Yeah, it's taken out of EMS.
Transfer the
and put into fire.
the 1.5 million is budgeted as an expense,
It's a duplicate.
but it's also budgeted as an expense in my general salaries because I'm paying them out of that line.
Right.
But it gets reimbursed at the end of the year.
Right.
So technically, you could take 1.5 out of the
Out of
EMS
that.
budget,
Okay, all right.
and you would be at what my actual budget is.
Mr. Chairman,
What-
Like garbage, EMS, and fire.
I would assume so, yes.
Yes, they would.
Right.
Then our
You would have your property value, your ad valorem taxes, then you would have your special assessments.
So you will have EMS, fire, garbage on your tax
Right.
bill when the people get it.
What's
Right.
1 mil worth in this county? How much money is that?
What do we get in? You get a green card, everybody get a green card?
I do. Nina, you want to look at mine?
It's type, you got a revenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Nina, you got that old ad machine with you?
I love it.
She can run that thing with the best of them.
I think,
Write out one, so.
Eddie, I think you brought your Louisville
So we
slugger
bring
here,
in
shooting for the stars.
16
Don't
million.
ask, can't get it.
That's right.
So 1 mil is worth
1.6.
166,000. 1 mil is worth 166,000, or point of a mil. So 1.6 is worth 1.
Mr. Chairman, I got
1.6 million for a whole meal.
1.6 is worth 1,
Okay.
because we get 16 million in, and that's split between general and fine and forfeiture.
Sounds right.
Mr. Commissioner Fleming, you had a comment?
Yes, sir. So, Chief, what you're asking for is a study of $41,000 to do a study. Am I correct?
Well, the only addition is if you guys decide to do an EMS
That's
assessment study to
Yeah.
see what that would be,
Right.
there would be some additional cost, I know, to have that done because we've never done that in the past.
I've been,
Like I said, what I'm asking is what I presented to you guys today is where I feel as the chief of where we need to be.
where we need to be.
If you guys decide what level of service you want us to provide and give me the parameters of the study. The EMS assessment was something we just found out about that it actually is allowable to do. And it would fund our department 100% outside of the general fund with our collections and the assessment, the two assessments.
Okay.
And free that general fund money that's coming to our department every year that's going to continue. Like Mr. Harris was saying, we know we have a retention problem, we know we have a staffing problem. We can help alleviate that with an assessment that we can't generate the kind of funding that we need without the assessment, because the money's not there raising the millage to do it. And we also have the minimum wage requirement that's coming for the entire county, not just my department. And I can tell you, I've run rough numbers on it, just for my department, if we, I'm looking at current pay now and current staffing levels, I'm looking over $1 million just to hit minimum wage. And then we're paying somebody that's, responsible for someone's life in their hands, minimum wage.
Well, I want to.
So what-
My comment, if I may. But,
Yeah.
Let me say one
Go
thing, Commissioner Fleming, I didn't mean to cut you off, but some of this is budget workshop material with more backup to understand it
Right.
and dissect it. I will say that. And I will say this, gentlemen, and I understand we got some great big numbers here, I've already said that. I would like to see this board consider doing the cost study on the four-man station and also on the EMS. Doesn't mean we have to do anything. but it gives us some numbers that we're sitting here and we don't know what they are.
That's right, we're spinning wheels. And
We're arguing about something that we don't, we do know their numbers, we know their increases, we know they're big, but we don't know what they are. I've asked the questions and nobody can answer them.
Yeah.
That's what a study's for.
Well,
I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's where I'm at. And I also want to say that, nobody know more than the person that's in charge, whether it's, Public Works, County Administrator, Fire Chief, any department head. I was sitting here watching and I wasn't saying nothing, but I was looking at Mr. Hancock twitch. I guess he's ready to go home, but when he was talking about how many people it take to man a station, back in the time that he was a fireman, it's probably a whole lot different. But I'm as a chairman said, we can sit and have a study done. We can have the study done, but we're not spending the money right now. When those two firemen, those two rescue personnel leave the station is unmanned. All we're talking about is getting a study done, getting something done. How can we get it done? We're not talking about, we don't even know what the price is, what the dollar amount gonna be.
Right.
And I'm ready to move forward. I think I've done it on two. We're not getting anything, we're not making any ground, we're just talking round and round and round.
We're just arguing, complaining about a lot of money
Round and
that,
round in circles.
I'm not wanting to argue and complain about the money. I just want a starting point for where we gonna get this assessment done. That's what I'm after. And I'm not sitting here beating Eddie up over his budget. I'm just trying to get down to me some raw numbers here where I can make a decision. That's all I want.
We won't have the
I'm not
numbers,
sitting here
though.
arguing about it. I'm just trying to find out, because I don't understand the fire and the EMS and how that whole budget runs, so that's why I asked you to explain it. I'm not anti-fire.
Oh, I understand.
I'm just not. But
No, I
got-
understand you
I got
guys.
people that put me in office that's gonna be looking at me going, are you out of your mind?
Right. And I understand that, and I know that the last time we did this, when we did an increase, Chief Summers and I went out, we talked to those people, and we explained the level of service that was going to be increased over what it was at that point. You know,
And I think
gentlemen,
that's a good idea.
I started here 23 years ago, on one man on an engine covering this entire county.
Yeah, and that's hard.
And, talk about unsafe, and loved every minute of it. But the thing is we're growing as a community. We're getting people in here that expect services. We've got some great men and women that work for us that I worry about their safety every day in these two-man stations. And like I said, all I'm asking is you guys tell me where you want to be, and that's where we need to
The
go.
1.1 million in CARES money that's sitting there for EMS, where does that go? I mean, what are we doing with that money?
It's, Mr. You can speak better than that.
Okay, that's just a number that you're going to be, that's revenue that you're going to have available to consider when you go into your budget workshops. Because right now, it's undesignated as an expense item. It's sitting in general revenue. It'll become a part of the bigger picture of all revenue, so that when you get in your budget workshop, you're going to say, okay, this is what we're going to spend next year. And it's just part of the money that you're going to draw from
But I thought when
to
I
create
was,
your budget.
I mean, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I thought when I was looking at it, it was something, like it was mandatory or something.
It's simply it's a technicality associated with some entries in our books.
There's-
What that really amounts to.
at the end of the day, though, we have that money, but we're probably going to be getting some additional money.
Well, and
We could use some of that money to offset some of this cost that's not going to be reoccurring.
I get that. That's why I'm sitting here asking the questions, because I need to know where that's at.
Right, and the one thing I would like to ask about that money is we need to make sure that any of that CARES money is going for improvements to levels of either equipment, service, whatever, that we're not spending it on patching a hole in my budget that's got $200,000 deficit to hold me over for 5 more years, that,
I'm
you know,
not- I'm
not on
speaking to-
reoccurring costs. Let's
I'm-
spend it on capital outlay that's going to improve our county.
Well, that's what I
Well,
just
because
said, on
it's one-off
something that's
money
not
anyway. I mean,
recurring.
You've got a list of underfunded and unfunded items that I gave you, and you could take those expenses that he's talking about that are not recurring and just add it to that list.
Right.
You get your budget
well,
workshop.
what about does it have to go from 2-man to 4-man, or can it go to 3-man per station? I
It can
mean,
be whatever you guys wish that you want. I mean, 3-man doesn't help us because 1 man can't fight a fire.
but it does give you a
But-
man to cover who's off.
It would help with that, yes.
So it would help with
It would help with overtime, yes. But it doesn't help response capability at all
and your
because,
safety thing.
It doesn't help the level of service.
yeah, he can't do anything by
change the
him.
level of
He can respond to the house, but he can't do anything really when he gets there because he's by himself and can't do anything.
That's worse than not being there.
Right. And part of that too is with a 2-man station, when they respond right now to a house, like I said earlier, when they get there, if there's somebody trapped in that home, they can legally go in and try to rescue them and put the fire out. If there's not anybody trapped in that home when them 2 guys get there, and they can do what they can from the outside, but they're not allowed to go inside without 2 more men at least on scene to cover them if something happens. So the 4-man station, even though you've got 2-man on an engine and 2-man on a rescue, they're all firefighters. So when they're all in the house and they all 4 respond, they can jump on that fire and do everything that they need to do until the backup truck gets there. But at minimum, if that ambulance is gone, that other crew's there to get to that house and at least do what they can do, and at least sometimes they may not be able to put the fire out, but they can contain it to where it's at and hold it till that next crew gets there.
Or not let it get into
You
a
know,
structure.
Or
that's
not let
next
it
to
get, yeah, if it's a brush fire, not let it get into a structure, or if it's, you know.
I don't mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
I
but
don't want to get deep into.
I got 2 commissioners that I've asked to speak.
I just
Commissioner
had
Bell?
one question. I think I know the answer. I'm pretty sure we have to have it. Even to consider raising the assessment, don't we have to have that study done by
Yes.
law?
No,
The study?
no.
No.
Raise the, you're not, there's no specific time period that you're required to have the statute.
If-
I mean, to have the study done. Okay? Not a specific time period. But to go above that minimum once you've set it. the
I
answer
see
is
what
yes.
you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, if you're talking about just going to the cap, we don't have to do anything to get up to what we currently have. Just keep in mind that that's old information at this point.
Yeah, right. I got you.
Terribly
Okay.
old.
But
Anything
that
else?
No, I need more
$18,
clarification on that.
if we ran it to the cap, would get us through another budget. It would stop the bleeding, is what me and you talked about, wasn't it, Ed?
If we went to the 118 right now with current staffing, current expenses, it would stop the bleeding for another year. It's going to generate enough money to cover the deficit, but it's not going to do anything after that, and it's not going to do anything about putting people in Station 6. We have no funding for the personnel for Station 6.
Well,
And we're
that-
going to build a nice station that the money that we got appropriated to us and not have the money to put.
Well, that's kind of another thing with me is, I thought we got a $750,000 grant for that building, and we got $250 in this budget here to cover that building. And now I was kind of shocked when you told me it was going to cost another $1 million just to do the building.
And I was shocked when I saw the number myself, but we all know what.
I think our original request of the state was probably $2 million. I'd have to go back now and see if we can remember, but they came back and said, which isn't unusual when you're making a request for a state allocation appropriation. You ask for what you'd like to have, and they call you once they start getting into conference, and they say, well, I'm not going to be able to get you. In fact, in this case, Commissioner Hale can tell you, we weren't sure we were going to get anything. So they finally came back and said 750. So that number was never a reflection of what it was going to cost us to go out there and do that. It was just what they finally decided they would give us.
Commissioner White, I'll get right back to you if you want to speak. I need to get
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Fleming.
I want to finish this. So, with the 41,000 that would give us a study, now, it get long and I forget what I want to say, but, okay, I'm gonna say this. Your guys, I've seen them out all through the night. I've seen them in Gainesville, Lake City, all on the interstates, in my travel, going back into the work. And I know when they leave those stations and they're unmanned, they gotta be filled. We're falling short. I'd much rather have personnel than someone to lose a life. I think that's important. I think safety is the number one priority. I know money, gotta have money, but sometimes we can alleviate some safety measures there. And I'm sorry, I just have to say what's on my heart. I love to see stuff be alleviated that kind of, if we can do that, get that study done, and then we can get to another discussion. I'm ready to move forward.
Duly noted, Commissioner Fleming, I appreciate your comments.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more question?
Absolutely, Commissioner White.
What are we talking about? What does a starting fireman make now, and what are you talking about what are you talking about the spread there to get people to keep?
Right now, a starting fireman makes $12.90 an hour, which equals out the way that we get paid. It's about $38,000 because we work a 56-hour work week, and there's some built-in overtime in there because of the number of hours that they work in a week. What we're talking about going is to $15.50, and give me just a second.
On 56 hours?
$15.50 will take them to about $45,000 starting pay, and then
What did you say
That-
starting pay was right now?
right now, well, it's right at, with holiday pay included, it's 41,000. The other, and it's gonna jump to about 45,000.
Do you know what our?
That's for a firefighter EMT. A paramedic would have a $5,000 incentive because they have another year and a half of training. And that's about what the difference in our pay is now, so they would be up in the 50, right around 50.
What are the bigger cities roughly starting at?
Right in that same neighborhood.
So
45, 50.
Yeah.
EMS?
It varies because some of those bigger ones do incentive packages that are different than what, we're looking to offer.
Right.
But
Commissioner White had a question for you.
I mean, shoot, I lost my train of thought, Eddie.
Sorry.
I'm sitting too close.
EMS makes the same as fire? The ambulance guys make?
All of our
Or
guys.
they're dual trained, I guess.
They're dual
I
trained,
got you.
and our goal over the past several years was to try and get to 100% firefighter paramedic level. We were requiring our guys to go to paramedic school, and of course, the National Registry test got so hard that 8 of those guys are still trying to pass their test. But most of the time, your paramedics make about $5,000, in almost all the departments, their paramedic incentive was $5,000. And we've done it a little different in the past, where we started them at a different hourly rate instead of giving that $5,000 as a incentive type pay, because they start everybody at the same rate. But yeah, in some departments, they do offer an extra like $1 an hour if you're on the ambulance. You may be a firefighter paramedic, but you're riding on a fire truck. You're not going to run as many calls as the ambulance does.
I got you.
So they give an extra $1 an hour per shift if you're actually on the ambulance. But we're not looking at anything like that.
That's fine. I
I'm
just
just
wanted
trying
to
to
see
get
what it
to-
was, what you were discussing.
trying to get our pay to be equal to some of these larger.
On an individual basis.
I got a question for Mr. Harris. What is, if we went to the 118, how and when would that take effect?
It would be next year.
It was in the next budget
It
year.
would be the next budget year.
So we would make that decision during our budget time, basically, when we have workshops. I mean, you can make it.
Yeah, you would decide whether or not you're going to go to the 118. That's correct.
Would we have the study back if we done the study by the time we went to budget this year?
Yes.
All right, gentlemen,
If we hustle. because
here's
did
where
talk about it.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but here's where I'm at. We can stay here till daylight, but I'd like to have some support. For or against, I want people to speak up. I'd like to do the 4-man study, and I'd like to do the EMS study. And I would like to do that now. and I would like to have it for our workshops. And obviously, we're spending money, but we don't have to spend it when we get in that workshop. If we say there's no way we can support it, then there's no way the people can do it, then we don't do it. But I want to know what's out there. It takes a,
I don't have a problem with the study. It doesn't mean you gotta do it.
Right.
that's my
But
point.
we don't know if we don't have the study.
Don't know, 'cause
It will also give you an opportunity to reconcile what your general revenue would have to generate if you paid this through an EMS. You can reconcile the two if you've got the information. Today, we just don't have the information.
But if we went to the EMS, could we separate the two wholly where we just, EMS is EMS, fire is fire, as far as payroll goes at that point?
No, because they're dual certified. They would still have to pay their proportionate share of the cost. I mean, there is actually that literal break right now, believe it or not. It just doesn't sound like it.
I know, I understand.
But
I see what you're doing,
from the standpoint of funding the payroll, it is separated.
Can the 27% and can that be, that can be adjusted without the study? If we were to lower that now, can that be undone finance to give fire some extra funds to offset the loss that he's going to have, that he's already told us he's going to have by the end of the year, and change that to say 15%? He's already suggested that 85% of the time they're out on a medical call. So can we change that?
If you do, you're going to have to take more money from general revenue to make up the difference.
Well,
I mean, I wouldn't.
you're going to take it from general revenue at the end of the day, no matter what. I mean, because he's going to be short already 200, so what's the difference?
No, I won't be short this year.
Oh, I thought you said
no.
by the end of this budget, you're going to be
No,
short.
at the end of this budget year, I'm good for this budget year. Next budget year, if we don't make some type of adjustment, I'm gonna be short.
Well, I thought somewhere in here you said that by the end of this budget year, you're going to be 200 or 250,000 short.
No, I said right now, for the last 3 years, we've been rolling about a $225,000 deficit.
And you're
But
pulling
we had-
out, you're
we had
pulling out,
reserves.
yeah, you're depleting your reserves.
We had reserves. I have a $94,000 reserve right now.
That's why I was trying to say, stop the bleeding. but
Right.
Yes.
I have a 94,000,
It would,
So if we do that now, I mean, we're going to pull it out to stop the bleeding. He's going to either pull 94,000 out of his reserves, or we're going to give him some money out of general.
the last, yeah, it was. Mhm. The study set those numbers. I mean, I can pull the numbers, and I know they've changed, but the neighbors in Giblin set the 27% the last time a fire study was done.
It was done with
It
GSG.
was based, yeah, that's all part of the information that they get. I give them call load numbers, and they set that. they
He's
set
safe
that.
right
those
now.
parameters.
You would have the information back
By
in
budget.
time for your
That's what we
budget.
need.
I mean, I understand Commissioner Land's thought process, but it's a little complicated when you have a budget that's already set and going back in and trying to take out a general revenue, when we're this close to getting to where we're going to do be in another budget year. I mean, I think I would understand more, or be more supportive if we had just done a budget, and you said that. Does that make sense? I'm just saying, because we're close.
I'm not, I mean, I'm good. I'm not going to argue. I'm just, and I know that you're not trying to argue, you're just trying to figure out a way to where fire supports fire and EMS supports EMS.
Well, I think that's a good thing to figure out in these workshops that's coming for this next year. And I mean, it's a good conversation that we're having tonight to get there, realizing that we got some hurdles to jump. But at the end of the day, gentlemen, we have to decide if we're in favor of doing this study.
you can't make a motion, but
Well, let's, whether or not you want to put it on the agenda for,
Yeah, I'm,
Right. It's- it's-
Mr. Pravat, you go back to sleep. I'm just getting consent approval up here.
Pardon me?
Would you like to make a comment before we finish this discussion, or just after? Come on to the podium. Welcome, Mr. Snowden. Just name and address for the record, sir.
Wendell Snowden, 3302 104th Street.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
partly because I'm getting older, I wrote everything out so I could read it. But I'm saying some things that I didn't write because I'm sitting over there getting very angry at listening to the discussions. And I don't disagree with any of you, Mr. Land, Commissioner Land, I don't disagree. And Commissioner White, what your constituents might say, I think you said effing crazy?
No, I didn't say that.
Something like, are you crazy for voting?
Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, okay, so, but that being said, I don't disagree with you, and that's why your constituents put you here. But you see, I would not do this job, EMS or fire, for that amount of money per hour. 20 years ago, I was paid $25 to $30 an hour for working on antique cars. How does that compare with going into a burning building and rescuing someone having a heart attack? And quite frankly, I don't feel comfortable, I don't feel safe living in Suwannee County. And I've lived here since 2004. And I respect and love my county as much and maybe more than all of you do. And I don't want to sit in your seat. I've talked to several of you and said I told Commissioner Land I wouldn't take that job if you gave it to me right now. And because of what you have to go through. But when I say I don't feel comfortable, I don't feel safe, because this should have been done 20 years ago. Four firemen should have been put in these stations. When we built Station 5, and I watched it being built. I was in it. And when I found out, I had to go in there a couple of times because of the Blueberry Festival and stuff. But I found out there were only 2 people working there. And I said, well, how could that be? How could 2 people work and run a fire station when you have ambulance duty and fire duty? How is that possible? So I wanted to just, some of you know, this is part of what I wrote out. I was going to say I'd like to talk of a personal reason for speaking in favor of an increase in fire assessment fees. September 27, 2019, my garage burned down due to an automobile fire. Not my fault. After reaching 911, it took quite a long time for help to arrive. After the fire was contained, I was told that responders had to come from Live Oak and McAlpin. Why? When Station 5 is in Welborn, 5 minutes away. The Welborn crew were out on a medical run, so for fire purposes, nobody was home. Station 5's firehouse was empty. Empty because we can only afford to have 2 responders per station. If we're going to continue medical transports and continue to have 2 people, we need to improve on this system and this plan. Yes, my garage was destroyed and a lot of personal property, and even though I was partially insured, I still lost a lot of money, mainly because I didn't keep increasing my premium every year, which probably none of us do. I recommend you do that. So I still lost a lot of money. But what if, forget the fire. A fire is one thing, I can replace the garage. The personal effects, I can replace those. But what if a member of my family had a medical emergency, or one of my neighbors, would we have died due to a slow response? And when you talk about $1 million here and $1 million there, and we can't afford this and we can't afford that, can we afford to say a person dies because of slow response and you get a $10 million lawsuit that you have to pay? How does that compute or figure into the budget? And none of us want that. No one was hurt, and that was a good thing. EMS medical transports earn extra funds for the fire department, which is used to purchase and update medical equipment, which is used to make our Suwannee County citizens safer. But what good is it? What good is that special equipment when no responder is available to use it? This fee, which we are discussing, and I'd like to ask the question, how much? If it goes to 118, or if, let me just say 125, I don't know the numbers, or let's say 130. How much money in dollars are we talking about per household, per taxpayer? How much is that, would it be? And this fee, which we're discussing, it's not going to bankrupt any taxpayer, nor take food off their tables, and it won't cause your constituents to vote you out of office. I think just the opposite. If my commissioner doesn't attempt to do something about this, just the opposite. Maybe when he runs, I won't support him. That's District 4.
Just to be clear, he didn't support me the first time.
Okay, don't repeat it. Okay.
But he got you back.
But I do now. Okay.
He does that, absolutely.
Voting in favor will let everyone know that the board is looking out for their well-being and their safety. Nobody likes a tax increase, but when it's used for a good reason, as this would be, I don't see how anyone could oppose it. Our Suwannee County Fire and Rescue for many years has done a remarkable job with less than necessary funding. I personally do not blame Suwannee County Fire and Rescue for my fire. They didn't cause my building to burn. It was a slow response. They all know it. They were all apologetic. And when they arrived on the scene, they were all professionals. And Tim White said to me, you know, you put a lot of effort into helping that fire station be built. And when you needed us, one time we weren't there for you. He came the next day. And I appreciated that. That had an effect on me. And in no way, because see, I do understand about EMS and fire. And there's only 2 people in the station. And I knew that. I didn't know that they weren't home that day. They could be home during my fire, but they weren't. And I understand it. So I don't hold that animosity or a grudge toward anyone at that unit or in the county. It's just that we have to make sure, and which we're doing now, that it doesn't happen again. It's not going to happen. To me, my garage is already burned down. It won't burn down again. But we want to make sure it doesn't happen anyone else in the county, and that no one does die from a fall, a stroke, a heart attack because of a slow response. And I would like to just say, if that's what it takes to put 4 in a station, if we can't do it, if you guys don't want to do it by increasing the fire assessment, really, we need to look somewhere else. We need to come up with the funding from some other avenue, which you guys know about and I don't, to do what this man's asking. We need 4 people. And Commissioner White, I'd like the idea, you're on the right page about could we do it with three? And maybe there are some other ways that it could be done without spending so much money. I'm on your side. But we need to have this taken care of. And we need to do it now. And I'll just repeat again, just tell me who in this room would want this job, to do that job for $15 an hour, or how about $40 an hour? Or, no? Okay. All right, that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden.
Thank you, Mr.
Could I respond to Mr. Snowden?
Yes, sir. Commissioner White.
Mr. Snowden, I ain't against raising the fire assessment. Matter of fact, I'm here to raise the fire assessment. My question is, how much do you raise that assessment? And as far as me getting reelected, I'm not here for the money. So, and so I'm just trying to do what's right for Suwannee County and for the taxpayers, and that's where I stand.
I appreciate that. But maybe we could determine what that dollar added to a tax is it, I don't know what it is now, so what would the increase be in dollars?
Right.
$12, $20, $30?
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden. Before, do I have anyone else from the public wishing to speak on this matter before we finish up? Seeing none, you got some closing comments,
Just-
Chief Hand?
Yes, sir. First off, Mr. Snowden, I want to thank you for your support over the department. You were very instrumental in getting Station 5 built many years ago, and I want to thank you for that, and thank you for your support tonight. The one thing that, listen, Commissioners, I speak to you guys on a one-on-one basis quite a bit, and I hope that I've proven in the first year of being on the job that, I'm not the type of person that's going to come to you and ask you for the world when it's not a need. We've talked about wants and needs a lot, and the 5-man is a want because it helps reduce overtime. And if you guys are okay with us, spending overtime if somebody takes off, and we'll have to budget for that, but my figures have those budgeted numbers in there, then that's fine. But the 4-man is a need. The equipment is a need. I'm not coming in here. I'm trying to get us into safety compliance and on the level of service that professional fire departments offer. And we've been a paid fire department for many years. We're working hard with my staff and myself to turn us into a professional department. And I've got a bunch of professional folks working for me. And if we can get this salary level to a level that will attract other professionals, if we have the staffing level that will attract other professionals, if you think we're providing a good service now, just wait, because it's going to turn into something that I'm super proud of all of my people now, but it'll turn into something that every person in this county can be proud of. This is getting us to a staffing level on our 6 stations that we need to be at. We're still going to have needs coming in the future. We've got a lot of volunteer stations that are falling to the wayside because of personnel that we've got to look at coverage down the road. But this is a need right now for us to provide a good service to Suwannee County. And I know these numbers are shocking, but I'm telling you, they're frugal numbers. They're not. All it's doing is getting it paid to a level that we can attract some folks and providing us with the equipment, or the opportunity to build money for equipment. This isn't going out and just buying all new trucks tomorrow. This is just setting up for replacement in the future. So I thank you guys for your time tonight. I know it's run 100 times longer than any meeting chairman ever runs. So, and I've been quite long-winded, but I'm passionate about this and want to be able to take care of the citizens of our county. And I appreciate you guys' support.
Actually, we're running a little ahead of time. I figured I said 8 o'clock, so we're
I'm on
coming-
salary anyway, so it don't matter.
Mr. Baker, please come to the microphone if you have something. Yes, sir.
I was just going to ask a question of Jimmy. As far as this, is the EMS, is the assessment, a fire assessment involves the unincorporated areas of the county, but the EMS assessment, would that also include the city of Live Oak?
No,
It does not.
no.
It-
Well, it would whenever yeah.
Yes.
Well, that was going to be my question. I mean, I don't know what they're, we've talked about there before, they're just paramedic certified instead of inside the city. Anyway,
Yeah,
if continuing to do the service.
yes,
providing
the
service-
city fire department are only, they have a couple paramedics that work for them, but their level of service is only a BLS service.
Right, okay.
So we provide all ambulance service within. They do not respond to medical calls unless we call them for help. Sometimes if we need a hand, we'll call them to come over to drive for us or help us with CPR or something like, they respond to some medical calls, but they're at a BLS level. So, like I said, the EMS assessment is new to all of us. This is just something that would be worked out during this study of what residents would be charged and who would not. I would assume it would be everybody that receives the service. So the city of Live Oak and Branford residents may only get an EMS assessment from the county.
Thank you.
But that would be a question that the experts would answer.
Thank you, Chief Hand. At this time, do I have support from the board to place the fire assessment study and also the EMS study on the consent agenda for next Tuesday?
I do.
Support by Commissioner Fleming.
Yes, sir.
Have support by Commissioner Hale.
Can I ask how much that EMS study might cost?
$18,000.
Just out of, how much?
$18,000 more.
I thought it'd be more than that, but.
I'm fine. We can do the study. That don't mean we got to do the.
And the one question that one request I would like to make is, with you setting the parameters of the study, I know we keep saying 4-man. I'd like to do the study with the 5-man in there to see what that number comes back, because you guys are always able to set that rate lower than that, whatever that rate may be. Your ability to go down is there, but if we see that that's a number that we can live with, then we can go with the 5-man thing. But if it's too high, then we set it low, at a lower rate that's only going to take care of the 4.
Let me ask you this question. Is there a way that we can request when they do that study to give us a per-man breakdown? Reason saying to entertain what Commissioner White said about the 3-man, we would know 3, 4, and 5. I would
Yes,
think they'd be able
the
to do
salary, when they do their study, they're going to go off of total expenses. So that would be just running the numbers on, taking the number of men it would be to 3 men, the number of men it would be 4 men, number that it would take to be 5-man. The only figure in the whole study that's changing is your salary level. So your operating expenses, having an extra person in the station isn't going to increase it enough to worry about, so.
I don't have an issue with that if the board doesn't.
I'd rather get it all out on the table now.
Yes. I think I saw everybody nod their head, so I feel like consent is, we're good on that. So we'll place a 5-man study on the consent agenda and also the EMS study, consent agenda for next Tuesday.
Got it.
Thank you, Chief Hand.
Gentlemen, thank you guys very much for the support to have the study done. And like I said, all it is my job to run the ship that you provide for me. So we'll figure out what this is going to be and go from there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chief. This time we'll go to closing comments. Mr. Pravat, you awake? You have anything left?
I'm still good over here, thank you, sir.
Mr. Harris?
I'm just going to say that it was a lot of hustling trying to put information together. I appreciate the staff that worked on it. Shannon spent a great deal of time working on it. Eddie and Tim worked a lot trying to get information together. I think the workshop went extremely well. I'm thankful for everyone's participation. And it'll be nice when we have good information that we can look at and have another conversation. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Commissioner White.
Well, I won't keep us much longer. I just, I'd like to tell the county staff I really appreciate putting all this together. It was highly informative for me, and I just wish we'd have one of these a quarter.
Second that. We get a lot done here.
One what? I'm sorry.
Once a quarter.
Oh, once
Can
a
we have a
quarter.
workshop scheduled
Yeah.
once a quarter?
I don't have a problem in the world with a workshop. I mean,
Pravat's on by the hour.
name and address for the record, sir.
James W. Pravat Jr., 120 East Howard Street, Live Oak, Florida. Gentlemen, I am also very happy that you had a meeting here today. It has been very productive to have this workshop, and just as y'all were commenting, as a citizen, I am happy to see y'all out here. You're working together, asking the tough questions, and moving forward with it. And I want you to know, as a citizen, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. I would, yes, sir, I don't have a problem in the world supporting these workshops, and, I mean, one could come faster. I mean, it doesn't have to have a set date, is what I'm saying. I mean, we could have a line of things stack up, and we say, hey, we need to do this, and then it, you know, we may go more than a quarter and not have a list of things, so
I get it. I mean, yeah, I'm just asking we
Yes.
have them a little more frequent.
Can I say just two more things, and I apologize, I'll make it quick. One, it was a weird coincidence, here we are trying to wrestle with the assessment question, and we had two new commissioners that had never had the luxury of going through the budget workshop process at all. So this was very important for that purpose, but also I just forgot to tell our people, Keith and Nina, how much I appreciate them scrambling to put their information together as well
Absolutely.
for this.
And thank y'all for
Thank you.
coming.
yes, sir.
Nina's about to sleep.
Do I have ready? I have, Commissioner White, you have anything else?
No, sir, I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, in short, because it ain't my bedtime, it's almost my work time, but I like to say that I really appreciate you group of guys. I say this all the time, and I really do. I mean that. Like Mr. Pravat said, that's what it takes, a group of men working together, and sometimes it may seem a little heated, a little difficult, but at the end of the day, we always come through, and I very much appreciate that. I get emotional sometimes when I see men work together, trying to do the right thing, at the same mind, wanting to do more for this county, born and raised there, and I want what's best for my county. Don't plan on leaving, moving anywhere else other than out in the country, and I'm really looking forward to that. But I really appreciate how we came together and just mended, trying to get the same thing accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Land.
Yes, sir, I just would echo what those other two commissioners have said. I'd thank the county administration office for all their work in putting this packet together on a pretty short notice. And finance and Barry and Keith and Nina for crunching the numbers and getting all that together. And with what Clyde said, you know, guys, I mean, we're going to disagree from time to time. I mean, if we all sat up here and went along with the flow and agreed, then somebody's not doing their job. And it's never nothing personal, it's just business. And we all come from 5 different aspects of the private sector. And collectively, you put those 5 heads together and we come up with different thoughts and we're better for it. You know, different one's going to think about something differently than what I would, and 3's going to think about something differently, or 2's going to think about something differently than 4. But together, I mean, we sat right here and hashed out some pretty hard issues that got to be handled. And I mean, you talk about assessments and taxes, that's the toughest that any county, local, state, federal deals with. And I'm just appreciative that we all worked through it and we got some stuff accomplished.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hale.
I definitely echo what everyone else has said. I appreciate the staff. Miss Nina, I know you give out and tired. Keith, thank you guys, appreciate it. But you're right, Commissioner Land, a change in leadership here at the board, a change of a couple of commissioners, changes the discussion and the narrative and places that we're going, but we're getting there. And we're getting there as a board, we're going to have those hard discussions, and I do appreciate it. And I know we sit up here and a lot of people think that we, don't take this as serious as maybe we should, but I promise you, as you've seen today, this discussion, we do. We do, and I appreciate you, Mr. Snow, getting up and speaking. And I do agree, we're 911 a call from having an issue. Could be your family, my family, whoever. But I'm not taking away from our staff. They've done a great job of what they had to work with. But we're going to help them. We're going to do what we got to do. We're going to provide a service to this community, and we're going to get there. And I'll leave with one other thing. We had the Hooked on Heroes trip this weekend. It was rough. It was wet. The fishing was horrible. But the food and the companionship was great. And I want to thank our sheriff's department and our fire and EMS guys for being there. And Commissioner Stapleton was there. I see Mr. Hand there and a few others. So I just want to thank everybody. So all involved. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, I just say the same thing. I appreciate everybody. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I know everybody's ready to go home, but I'm ready to talk now. I've been quiet all day. I dreaded coming to this meeting today, worse than any meeting I have ever had scheduled. I thought it was going to be as ugly as it could possibly ever get. And I want all you gentlemen to know I was absolutely wrong. And at the end of the day, I'll take being proven wrong on that one. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful for saying what's on your mind and being willing to sit back in your chair and listen to what's on somebody else's mind. And the most I'm grateful for, the biggest thing is to make a decision for the people of this county instead of just saying we'll come back and talk about it another day. Everything we talked about today, we made a decision of some type. We got a plan in place. We'll come back. We'll have some ideas and answers. We'll have some people that's smarter than us to give us some information. So I'm grateful for that. I would like to say, too, to Chief Hand, I'm proud of you today to get up here and present your case. Sometimes, as a fireman, it's hot in the kitchen. And you got up here and took it like a man, because it's when it's about dollars, the board's got to fight for the people of this county, and I mean it's going to be a tough conversation. But I'm proud of you, and I appreciate you. I appreciate your department. Appreciate this county staff. I stopped by the county office this afternoon for a few minutes before the meeting. There were stacks of papers this tall on them desks. Everybody's running around there wide open. I just had to step back outside. I felt like I was in the way. But, I mean, they was hustling and putting stuff together. Mr. Baker's office, appreciate y'all in finance. When a team comes together, this is what you get. You get production. And you get, at the end of the day, you get something to be proud about. And I appreciate everybody for that. All I need is a motion to no. Go ahead.
I just want to give Nina a big shout out for the numbers she put together for me at the last minute. And I told her I owe her a nice lunch wherever she wants to go.
Absolutely.
There you go.
I thought he said wherever you wanted to go.
I'm glad Chief Han offered that, not Clyde. Be a burger joint.
He won't even get his wife a cheeseburger.
Burger King.
One of you quality gentlemen give me a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Oh, before, I'm not doing that yet. The one person I meant to recognize. Eric has sit here for 5 hours.
Yes, sir.
Typing what everybody has said.
Yes. He has.
We're grateful to you, sir.
Want a cheeseburger?
I have a motion by Commissioner White. Second by Commissioner Fleming. All in favor say aye. Aye.
All right. That's awesome.